Hello. Yeah, hello. Very warm welcome from my side. We will start with the second part of this year's design symposium, Intelligence Beyond Human. I would like to invite you all to join me when we explore the intersections of biology, technology, and design. So, why do we explore these intersections, and are there any intersections? I think these fields, at the first glance, do not really appear to be connected. But I think there are a lot of intersections and connections which will be outlined by our speakers today. And I'm really excited to welcome all of you here in this second part. The first part of our symposium took place at Innatura today, where we explored different formats created by the students as well as some of our speakers. And I think it was the first experiential deep dive into what intelligence might mean, what it might mean for different creatures, different entities, and also for us as humans. I think I would like to thank our collaboration partners now, because otherwise I will forget maybe. Thanks to Innatura and the Design Forum Vorarlberg, as well as other departments of Fachhochschule Vorarlberg of the University of Applied Sciences. Steffen Fink will give a talk afterwards. He's in the engineering department. And I think there's a lot of interdisciplinary potential at this university, because we're quite small, but close together. And we've got different research centers here exploring interesting emerging technologies. So I also want to thank the audience and the students who engaged in the activities and also who contributed with their formats. Questions about the future are too complex to be explored by a single discipline or a single perspective. So designers, researchers, and philosophers each contribute in very different ways to solving future challenges or in addressing future challenges, because addressing challenges always starts with asking the right questions. So it is only through this diversity that what we call collective intelligence emerges. Knowledge that is generated through exchange, even to ask the right questions and to combine multiple viewpoints, can lead us further in addressing complex issues. This brings me to the central question of this year's design symposium. What is intelligence, and above all, how does it manifest? Is it natural, artificial, or even distributed? So bees, ants, we've heard a bit about it today, and plants all display forms of collective or adaptive intelligence in different ways. So are machines actually already smarter than humans? And what risks arise when we automate more and more processes and make decisions based on data analysis and pattern recognition? Steffen Fink will discuss whether machines can really think, and the plant cognition scientist Paco Calvo will give us an insight into planta sapiens, so the plant intelligence, and he will share fascinating insights into this topic. The Design Symposium also demonstrates how design can help to shape developments in artificial intelligence by creating spaces to critically reflect on technology and envision desirable futures One example is Nadia Pete, founder of the AI X Design Collective and an advocate for the slow AI movement, or also a small AI movement. She argues for accessible and sustainable AI models, and will also give us an insight into alternatives to resource-intensive systems. How can we design not just for the world, but with it? Gilliam Chancheflesh introduces a more than human way of thinking and presents strategies for moving from human-centered to multi-species oriented design. So why did we bring together all these people? I think it's interesting how they frame the notion of intelligence. So we will gather different perspectives, and this is why I want to start with a question: what and how is intelligence for you? Why is it important to understand multi-species intelligences and to understand AI with these perspectives? And I would like to ask you, what do you consider as intelligent? What are the traits you would outline if somebody asks you, what is intelligence? Please open the Menti questionnaire, and you can answer this question by yourself. We will have a look at it later when we come to the discussion. We are interested not only in what intelligence is, but also how it is, and is it natural, or do natural systems have intelligence? That's one question we ask, and I would like to start to take a brief look back into history. So this diagram created by Charles de Boulle in the around 1510 is a diagram that illustrates a humanist conception of human virtues. And it shows that plants are considered as the second lowest form of existence. So there's a hierarchy in this diagram, which shaped the perspective on the Earth, the planet, as well as societies up to now. So we can see that, for example, a stone simply exists, a plant lives, so it's a bit livelier than a stone. An animal feels, so the animal is like the representative of the affective realm, and the human understands, intelligit. So the human is the creature or the entity that is able to have cognition and a mind. So the idea that there are life forms superior to others is centuries old. The question now is how this way of thinking influences perspectives on technological development. Do we anthropomorphize technology, attributing human-like qualities to it, and like domesticating it with associating human traits with it? So there are a lot of smart systems and smart technologies, and the question is, are we denying other living beings' intellectual capacities? The bias can shape how we design and interact with technology, making it seem more like us or even superior to us, while overlooking the intelligence of, for example, non-human species, and reinforcing a human-centered approach in innovation and knowledge systems. So if we always put the human at the core of our design endeavors, this might result in the very consumerist perspective which we have now, and for precisely this reason, a perspective that places more than just the human at its center, such as the post or more than human perspective is essential today. It allows us to understand developments surrounding AI, not as an isolated technological advancement, but a part of a multifaceted network connecting nature, technology, and society. So this is where we are today. We try to connect the different disciplines. Only by thinking of intelligence in relation to diverse forms of life and organization, we can truly grasp the potentials and risks of AI in a holistic way. Yeah, I think what Dana Haraway refers to as nature culture is quite suitable for the current state of socio-technical development, because nature culture emphasizes that, contrary to still persistent ideas of technological development, Earth, humans, animals, plants, machines, and ecosystems are always mutually shaping and shaped within ongoing networks of interaction and exchange. So this mutuality is something I would like to highlight in my talk now, because I think technologies such as AI can also be referred to an ecosystem on the one hand, and is always inseparably linked to other systems. So knowledge is always situated, and all knowledge emerges from semiotic and material conditions that give rise to a specific gaze, which Haraway points out. So this specific gaze is the way we look at things, or things we make visible, or other things that we hide. And I think this is the potential of design, for example, to open the black box and reflect on technology or other socio-technical systems in a way that people can understand what is going on. So I think observing the observer is one approach that art-based research chooses, for example. So to use mimesis as a strategy to explore ways of thinking, and maybe also highlight the construction process of, for example, socio-technical systems. So I think in this context it's very interesting to think of different other forms of intelligence. How can we understand processing? So I think moss is a very interesting organism to understand what intelligence might mean in a systemic point of view, because mosses can be regarded as superorganisms, and this highlights their emergent properties. So, for example, they have this ability to form a mat, and there is not one moss, it's always a collective of moss plants. And this aligns with ecological views that stress this community-level adaptation and collective resilience, observed within various natural systems, but also among human communities. So in this case, I would like to show you a project where we collected different shapes of mosses and really tried to explore the potentials of technologies of observation, where we address this aspect that these technologies are always creating images which are approximations. It's not possible to really gather the image or the perspective from the living being itself. In this case, I think this leads to the core questions of post-humanist thinking, which are really deeply integrated in our curricula. So we always try to question boundaries. where does the human end and where does the non-human begin? Are there distinctions between natural and artificial, organic and technological, as clear as we once believed? And to acknowledge the agency beyond the human. So I think Paco Calvo will dive into this field afterwards and show us that plants have a type of agency. So non-human entities, they can really exhibit a type of, can be agents or actants, as it's called in actor network theory. So if you think of rivers, robots, or fungi, these can all be non-human entities having a kind of agency. And the last point is that we should also rethink ethics and justice. So maybe we should give a voice to non-human entities as well. This brings me to the concept of this symposium, which is also mixed with elements of an exhibition, for example. We've got these three parts. On the one hand, we explore coexistence. So how do living systems organize themselves? Which types of collective behaviors can we observe? And when does it start to be referred to as an intelligent system? The second part is the co-evolutionary part. So we wanted to explore how socio-technical and biological systems coexist and co-evolve. So we cannot separate nature from culture, which is also this romanticized idea that there is an untouched nature we do not want to tackle. And the third part is the collaborative part, so design as a relational practice. How can design help us to create a dialogue between different other disciplines and to tackle this potential of interdisciplinary collaboration. So I think we developed a few principles within the course of our study program, where I drew out two of the principles we integrated, which also have to do with radical shifts incited by post-humanist thinkings. These principles are also called principles of systems shifting design, and I just took out two of them. We created four, or we gathered four principles. So the first shift is this, rethinking design beyond the human, which challenges the traditional notions of the human at the center, which we saw at the beginning. I think Superflux is a very good example for a design approach which tries to envision potential futures or preferable futures. They create these immersive environments where you can really enter a future where, for example, the city is greener, and you can also smell and hear the atmosphere in a way. You can really explore the atmosphere. The second shift would be this shift from design then nature to nature then design thinking, where we could also draw on the principle or the technique of mimesis, which is also known as biomimicry, but I would frame it a bit broader, where you take the biological systems as an inspiration, or you learn from these systems and discover natural models or strategies, for example. So moss again, our collection of moss, I think, this is a super organism where we can learn from, but today we also learned a lot about bees, for example, about their way of communicating, but also ants, for example. The question is, how does it link to, on the one hand, the observation of artificial intelligence, or what we subsum under this umbrella term of artificial intelligence. I think it's very, very crucial to take a closer look at these developments in terms of which biases are replicated, who is represented in the development of technological systems, who is asked, who has got a voice in shaping these systems. And I think we could make epistemic things, as Reinberger calls it. So if you make epistemic things, you really try to understand things and shape it by observing it in detail and also experimenting with it. So I think this is also the approach of research through design, for example, where we design things, understand things by designing things, and then iterate models, prototypes, and learn about intersections, connections, and dynamics. Once again, so for example, Gaussian splatting is a technology that has recently gained popularity, but I think it's also very interesting in terms of how do we represent nature. Is it an object which is there to decorate our studios, or is it really an object of knowledge where you can understand interactions or frame interactions in a new way? So this brings me to the metaphor of vegetal storytelling, which we explored in a project, because I think it's very interesting to think about intelligence in relation to creativity, for example. Where is the distinction between creativity, intelligence, but also agency? So I think this is an aspect we can discuss later on. I think Michael Mader outlined it very interestingly in his book about vegetal agency, that the stories about it is about the stories about interactions among plants, their collaborations, their collisions, the collisions of plants with bacteria. So I think this is what we can discuss later on, maybe with Paco and all the other speakers, what distinguishes intelligence from agency, or how is it interlinked also with cognition, the way we see things, the way we are able to observe things. So, for example, Gaussian splatting made us able to observe objects or the environment in a more detailed way, but does it really help us to understand the dynamics that are happening? So I think for me, intelligence is more like a process. So from a process philosophical perspective, intelligence is an ongoing dynamic process rather than a fixed property. So it's not I am smart, but more I'm performing in a smart way, or I'm solving one issue in a smart way or in an intelligent way. So intelligence is also continual change, so adaptation, which we find in plants as well. It's relational interaction with the environment, and intelligence is also experiential, so emerging through events, creativity, and learning. And intelligence is also shaped by context, embodiment, embodied learning, and networked relationships. It evolves with new situations. How do I deal with new situations, or how does an organism cope with new situations? So, on the one hand, it's really an embodied thing, so something you experience and you sense, so it's also related to your affects. It's embedded, it's always contextualized, embedded in a situation. It's enacted, so the way you perform and show your ways of solving problems, for example, to other people and discuss it with other people or with other organisms, makes it intelligent, and it's also extended. So maybe you can convey your knowledge or the insights you gathered to someone else. So then it's really proliferating. It's more like a practice. So in the foyer, you can experience one installation where we worked with mosses and AI, and the question was more like, how can we merge with mosses? How does it affect people interacting with an installation where you become the organism, or you become an entity with the installation? So in terms of experience design, how can we use these technologies to enable people to maybe develop an interest for a topic or engage with this type of technology? Also discuss about it, be interested in how it works. And I think this is what it really incites, getting in touch with new technologies and exploring the potentials. And this is also what explainability means. So explainability, considering AI, is not that we really understand every technical detail, but it's more about helping people to interpret and gain access to AI in a narrative, interpretative way. So in other words, AI is not only a technology, but also a story. So the narratives we create about AI will also shape its further development. And this enables us to critically examine AI from a hermeneutic point of view and connect it to other stories available in culture. I think, Nadia, you will also dive into this field a bit more in depth. So I think this is what we're going to try to do this evening, and we will continue with a recap of our workshops. The workshops we had today, we will take a closer look about what you did, what were the practices you gained, and what were the insights. So maybe all the workshop guides could come here, or the students who want to present us their insights. Thank you. Genau. Ihr startet. You want to? Yeah.
Yeah, I also want to show some. So you put us in whatever order is
Yes.
most convenient.
Yeah, just a moment. I have to ask. Who will start? Jetzt startest du. Wer startet? Wer startet? Okay. Da. Franzi. Mhm.
Bitte nicht. Wir können das jetzt hinlegen. Ja, Richtstoff, Nadia, und dann kann man irgendwie... Ja, dachten wir auch. Ja, aber das ist jetzt gerade unser Ding. Das ist ja ganz viel. Also, ja, hier ist Richtstoff. Ja, ja, passt. Ist das Richtstoff? Weiß ich nicht. Ah, ja. Ich lasse das jetzt mal hier liegen.
So, thank you so much, everyone, especially for participating this morning. for our mutual learning system with the human and the modern human. Today, it was a sheer pleasure to work with the students from right here to learn more about plants as teachers and looking more into plant intelligence. From there, we just were trying to first decentering the anthropogenic worldview what we have towards plants, and we're looking more into plants as part as our living and entangled community. Community always consists the humans and the modern humans, and that was why it was really important for us to look at our local actors and using a pragmatic toolkit in order to embrace these encounters with plants as our teachers. What we basically used were different modes of encountering. We were first looking into different philosophies and critical thinking around a Western Eurocentric worldview about the reception of plants, and we're looking into more intercultural views in order to understand how to relate in manifolded ways with plants. After that, we had the chance when the tone was set and how we relate with plants to encounter the plants on site at the herbal gardens in its full autumn swing at the Inatura institution. From there, we used different visualization techniques and writing methods in order to become with these plants. And we especially also looked with these exercises critically on speciesism and certain neglections we have on various plant species. After that, we took a closer look into the different utilization, extraction, but also the mutual benefits of this community between the plants we have here in the Alps and ourselves. And to close that, we also had the opportunity to prepare together a final potion where we reflected and embodied finally the plants in order to close our local exploration with these modern humans. So I thank you very much again for participating today, and very much looking forward to continuing our encounters with the modern humans. Thank you very much.
But you're first. Should we just? Okay.
Der ist mit iPad teilt.
Sorry, can we try this one first?
Yeah,
See
it's
if
connected
that
to
works.
an iPad. So
Okay. Let's see. Ooh, water. Oh, this is stressing me out. I'll just hold it. Liquids and laptops is not... Yeah, there we go. Thank you. I don't know, there's 3 mics. Is there any preference? I'll just talk in this one. Okay, so in 3 to 5 minutes, what we did in my workshop today. So this morning, I hosted a workshop called Remixing Archival Images of AI. I see many of you who were in the room again, so that's nice. And in really short, what this is about is basically this. When we, for example, Google image search artificial intelligence, we get this very uniform sea of blue brains and humanoid robots and a very specific imagery that is both misleading about what AI sort of is, what it does, how it's made, where it comes from, how it impacts us, and also just kind of ugly and just incredibly uniform, a very narrow scope of what this technology is showing up in our lives. So in the workshop, we basically try to create better images of AI, images that are either more realistic, more nuanced, more personal, and more interesting, like visual depictions. Also, shout out to this little special guest we had, like walking stick, or whatever you call them in English. And to all the participants, you can see them hard at work, cutting and pasting from basically collage. So it's like a very analog way of both creating these new images and also what I keep noticing is that by making these new images, it's also sort of a space for people to just like talk about their thoughts on artificial intelligence and the impact in our lives without it necessarily having to be wordy and like sound difficult. So it's like a very accessible sort of visual way of engaging with this discourse. And I'd just like to show you a few things that people made that I thought were really cute and interesting. So at the end of the workshop, we did a little like floor gallery where we talked through what everyone did. And I quite liked some of these. So this one about the people under the blanket, it's a commentary on like AI intimacy and how many of us are speaking to LLMs for like, you know, sometimes hours at end. And especially young people are like including them in life decisions, and people were flipping out when GPT-4 was like replaced, and people were saying that they like lost their best friend. The person that made this saw that and thought that was a really interesting sort of like provocation, so made an image about that. I thought this one was interesting as well. It's kind of about how we put AI on this like pedestal as this untouchable thing that we're sort of meant to, I don't know, like worship or revel around. The bottom right, which is of course like a commentary on this promised production or productivity. Like AI is going to make us all more efficient, and then we can finally work 15 hours a week. They've been promising us since the 1940s, and it is not happening. So commentary on that. And then the top right one, a professional in pushing buttons. I read that as like kind of a bit of a joke around like prompt engineered, or sort of this new craft of being an AI creative. And then a few more. I love this guy. He's like the yes man, the yes sayer. This girl was saying that this is kind of how she experiences her interactions with, for example, ChatGPT or other LLMs, where it's basically always just cheering you on and telling you how smart you are, rarely challenging your thinking or saying, hey, maybe take a look at yourself. So this kind of yes man or con man. The bottom left was a commentary on sort of digital divide, how like young people are already quite literate in being able to like spot AI imagery and knowing when something is a deepfake. But of course, like older people are often less so, and so more likely to fall for some of those schemes, as we see already with like other, I don't know, digital schemes. Top left's about beauty standards becoming increasingly more unrealistic, and I think all the ones on the right are basically questioning if we're like outsourcing our thinking and our creativity and how far we want to go in that. That's it. Of course, these are my interpretations of what people made and what they said about them for 1 minute. So I hope I didn't butcher your story, and if I did, apologies. But yeah, I thought it was a really successful workshop. It was really beautiful to see how people sort of made these images that, quite frankly, I just haven't seen before, and it's like their interpretation or something they're thinking about in their day-to-day realities and interactions with AI. If you want to make your own images, I'm not doing another workshop, but there's a playbook online where you can kind of do all of that, and it's for free. And thank you to the participants for making these beautiful images and participating in the workshop, and see you later. Thanks for listening.
Wo ist das Ding? Vielleicht geht die Lena kurz. Das heißt, das war jetzt weg. Ah, jetzt. Nein. Jetzt müssen wir es noch dort so. Jetzt ist schön schwarz. All right, we're just gonna start already. I think, yeah, the pictures are gonna come. Okay, so hi, we're the students from the Design and Creative Leadership course. And we organized some different experiences. Desiree and I did a workshop for smart textiles. And as you can see here on the pictures and already on Desiree, we made some clothing items. Just gonna, okay. And yeah, so the purpose of it was more not to get a finished product, but more to do a prototyping session where we just explore the relationship between technology and textiles, and it's an impulse for future explorations. And yeah, we just wanted to demonstrate and can feel how e-textiles can facilitate individual and collective communication, and also exploring the possibilities of clothing as an interface, or also in general textiles. For example, in the automotive world, there's a lot of usage already, and in the medical world, yeah. And yeah, Desiree is gonna take over.
So we had the workshop together with Thomas Lipaus, Hans-Jörg Capella and Michael Perl, and we made clothing that became an interface where the interface that communicated through sound and light signals. And we did that with conductive yarn, with steel wool, with Cooper cloth. And when you touch the surface, not now, we show it later. When you touch the surface, then you get light, and yeah, in the back you already see it. You get light and sound signals. We did it with an Arduino board, and yes, now we can show it, maybe.
Okay. So now we have an input here, and it should repeat somewhere in the room. Maybe our participants can stand up just for a second. So in general, every shirt has a different color from the LED stripes. So if we touch it here, I think our color is yellow, or it's pink. So it repeats on the other shirts. And if they're touching the shirt, then we get the red, for example. So they communicate with each other, or you can send a signal, you can get answers, or you can just do a completely overload. We had 8 shirts in total for the workshop, so it became quite messy, but the possibilities are endless. So that's...
Yeah, it's basically a network that we created, so everybody has the individual experience, but also collective, so that we are networking together. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Does that also work? No. Hello? No. Okay. So we were AI conversations, and we explored 2 subjects. One was AI and education and the working world, and the other was design and research. And it was really interesting to see how the people divided into two groups. You could see that up there, and engaged into this topic. And for example, with work world, there were some interesting insights about when companies use AI to scan applications, it was more likely that people also use AI for writing their application, because they were like, yeah, okay, if they don't put any effort into it, then I don't want to do it either. And on the other side, it was really interesting because we explored the possibilities of design, how it can show how biased AI can be, because actually we don't know what kind of data is used to train AI programs, we're just using them. And I guess we already have all experience where it was kind of weird when it generated pictures, how the skin color looks like or what women are presented and so on. And very interestingly, we also tried to summarize the subject, and if you are interested, you can scan the QR code and leave us our email address, and we protocoled the whole conversations and we'll send you then a summary of what we learned. Thank you.
So, good evening everyone. Yeah, I'm from the group with the ants. We are ants collaborative working together. The name was in German Arbeitsteilig, and it is like, so how ants work together. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit rusty, I didn't know that it's in English. So yeah, ants, they work together, mostly with pheromones, and we tried to show this with a small colony who we built together. I don't know, I hope some people from our colonies are here. Raise your hands if you were in the colony. Good, a small amount, thank you. Yeah, we tried to visualize the way how ants are using the pheromones, once with GPS and also with stones. We sent the 2 scouts outside to go and search for food, and they tried to find the food, and when they found it, they had to lay stones back to the in natura to show the route, the way to the source. And afterwards, they all came back here to the FFV, and we tried to, you see it on the left side, we tried to visualize the GPS routes, how it looked, and it showed that the more time the ant walked the same way, the bigger it got. And the same thing happens with the ants in the ant colony. They all go always the same route, and that's how they communicate. And they have different kind of pheromones, for example, for food, for danger, but also for other stuff like where to go or where the easy way is. And then we try to explain and to show how close it looks when people are not talking and working collaboratively to find the source and the route, the way to the food. And then the next station that we had is this one with the heat map, and we tried to show how it looks if we could see the pheromones, like they lay the pheromones when they're walking past something, and we tried to show it with this visualization. Yes, and that would be our...
So our group dealt with the topic swarm intelligence as well, but not with ants, but with bees. So we wanted to create an experience that you feel like a bee itself. So first of all, it started already when you entered the museum. You saw a bunch of flowers with a hint that you have to go upstairs and tell all the other bees of your hive that there is food you found. So you went upstairs and you entered this room. It was a video, but I don't know. Okay, perfect. So we tried to create the room that it already looks like the hive of the bees, that you already feel like it. Yes, but okay. So when you were in front of the screen, you could hum into a mic so that you can tell the other bees that there is food downstairs, basically. So, and if you hum into a mic, the Schwänzeltanz, I don't know the English word for that, the dance of the bees started, and it had to be at least 2 persons humming into 2 different mics. So it was, if there was 1 person humming into a mic, there was just 1 bee doing the dance, but if there were 2 people, they were basically telling each other that there is food downstairs, and there were more and more bees dancing. And at the end, you got like, congrats, now everyone knows where the food is. So, and to sum all of this up, we also had a really interesting presentation of Martin, what was his surname? Thank you. And we had a little deep dive into the life of bees, and he also told, especially into the communication part of the bees. He told us how they also use the dances in different ways, not just for telling each other where food is, but also if, for example, if there is a better location to live in, that they also use that kind of dance. And we had a lot of really interesting stuff he told us. I couldn't even repeat all of that again now. And as a small add-on, we had these little honeycombs where there were questions on it when you left the room. And the visitors could answer on these questions. For example, what questions did we have here? For example, one question was what people would think how a human dance would look like if you translate it from the bees. And we had some really funny answers to that, but we have to go through them now. Yeah. So yeah, that's basically it.
Okay, thank you so much for all the insights about the workshops. My name is Marilena. I'll guide you through the rest of the evening. And yeah, we just saw the AI conversations. And if you use ChatGPT, you might see the sentence, longer thinking for a better answer. But yeah, even though the answer might not be better, what does thinking mean in that context? Can machines really think? That is the question now is targeted by Steffen Fink. He is the head of the Circular Lab here at the FHV University, and he brings together scientists, designers, engineers, so they can all think about the how AI could responsibly contribute to a more sustainable future. And yeah, how does AI think? How does humans think? And what is maybe the difference between intelligence and autonomy? And also, what is about creativity and AI? That will now hopefully tell us Steffen Fink.
Thanks for the introduction. Yes, my name is Steffen Fink. And the title of my talk is Can Machines Think? So it has not a lot to do with circular economy. It's more about intelligence and artificial intelligence. And in the talk, I try to give a broad overview about what we consider as intelligent, what goes into intelligence, and how does this relate to artificial intelligence or the machines. And let us first start with intelligence. intelligence is really, really difficult to define. So I have a background in engineering, and for us definitions are very nice because then we can concretely specify certain characteristics and properties. And intelligence is not very well defined. That makes also then the topic of artificial intelligence not very well defined, since if we don't know what's intelligence, then we also don't know what's artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence or intelligence happens on several levels. So we have something like emotional intelligence, social intelligence, but also logistic or logic, reasoning, abstract thinking. People thought about some time about how to define intelligence, and the first definition of intelligence is the quote you see here. And it says it's the faculty of judgment, otherwise called good sense, practical sense, initiative, the faculty of adapting oneself to circumstances, and these are essential activities of intelligence. So it doesn't really specify what's intelligent. It just specifies how intelligence is observed by others, right? So it doesn't say intelligence is this or that. It just says, so if you are intelligent, you have those traits. This definition is from 1905. It's the first definition of intelligence, and it was developed by some person called Binet, and he was one of the first persons to develop actually intelligence testing. A much more interesting definition of intelligence is this one. So intelligence is a force. It acts to maximize the future freedom of action. It tries to keep options open with diversity of possible accessible futures. In short, intelligence doesn't like to get trapped. That's a completely different type of definition. It doesn't speak about good judgment or anything. It speaks about options and possibilities. And this one is from 2016. And there are many other forms of definitions of intelligence in between. And in 2007, Leck and Hutter looked at all those collections, at all those definitions of intelligence, and tried to A, summarize them, and then B, try to figure out a more universal definition of intelligence. So they looked at 70 definitions. 18 of them were already related to artificial intelligence. And what you see here in the word cloud is basically the most frequent traits or characteristics of intelligence that you can find inside those definitions. And you see it's very important to have reasoning, adaptability, learning, comprehension, understanding as important traits of intelligence. And they came up with a very broad definition of intelligence, namely stating intelligence is a measure of an agent's ability to achieve goals in a wide range of environment. So it's a very, very broad definition. It doesn't specify anything, but it doesn't necessarily relate to humans or non-humans or machine. It's just an agent, right? If we talk about intelligence, we also have to talk about cognition. In the preparation of this presentation, I thought about what's the difference? How do cognition and intelligence relate to each other? And I found this very nice metaphor where it says, so cognition is basically a car. The car is able to drive somewhere, it has the motor, it has the steering wheel, whatever. And intelligence is then our ability how to drive that car. So cognition is basically everything that's required. We have cognition sometimes in a conscious form, sometimes in an unconscious form. And intelligence is basically our ability or capability to use different forms of cognition. Cognition can happen in several ways, or there are several forms of cognition. There's something like perception, attention, memory, learning. We already saw learning as part of intelligence, abstract thinking, language, emotions, culture, and social. So it's also a very broad area where cognition happens, where cognition can appear. And the problem with cognition, at least from an engineering standpoint, is we can't really measure cognition in a direct way. It's really difficult to put an electrode or something in a human brain and then see what happens, and then also to interpret something like this. It's really difficult. So we have to do something else to figure out what forms of cognition are we using and how well are they developed. And we can do this with some kind of tests. There are a lot of behavioral tests for testing certain forms of cognition, and we can use some kind of pattern recognition, for example, to measure brain activities and then associate those brain activities with certain parts of cognition. But this is the measurement side, right? This is the empirical side. It doesn't really tell us something about how actually cognition happens. And if we understand what happens in case of cognition, then we might be able to infer how intelligence comes from that. And many people tried different theories of how cognition happens. And some of those theories, I have some pictograms for them, are, for example, the information processing theory. The idea there is basically it works like a computer system. We have something like the connectionism that works like a network. So we have neurons, they're activated in certain forms of cognition and do these activations. Input and information is processed, and we have certain types of visual sensors. We hear something, we read something like that. The next one is the embodied cognition. This is something also related what Margarita said before. That's the whole body. It's just not just the brain. It's the whole body. We have something like cognitive constructivism. The idea here is through learning, we try to build an internal representation of our world, and then we use this internal representation to make our decisions. We have something more related also from the engineering system. That's like a dynamic systems theory or something like that. So this basically also applies to the idea that cognition and intelligence is not something static. It evolves over time. It evolves during having certain circumstances, certain external factors, and something like that. The last one is the free energy principle. Here the idea is that we have a certain type of free energy, and what we try is to minimize this free energy, which is equivalent to minimizing the surprise. So the idea of this form is to say, we don't like to get surprised, we like to stay in control, and this free energy model or this free energy theory tells us something how to minimize the surprise. And it actually involves a lot of different things. It's about the brain activity, but also the body, how is information processed. These are the theories we have developed for cognition in humans, and I'm not a neuroscientist, so probably some of those theories also apply to animals. But what we are more interested in, at least in this talk, is how can we transfer that to machines, right? The title of the talk was How Can Machine Think? And in this case, we can go very straightforward by saying cognition is nothing else than information processing. We have certain data, we have sensors where we can use or obtain those data. We put this data in some kind of processing method. This could be our machine learning systems, this could be some optimization systems, this could be some symbolic logic system, and then we are able to perform a task. And those ideas were used in 1956 to basically birth AI. So in 1956, there was a workshop at the Dartmouth College in the US, and this was the first time the term artificial intelligence was used. And the idea was there, if we can really understand and precisely describe how certain intelligent cognitive function in the human works, then we can apply them to machines and create machines that are able to simulate those features. Yeah? And since then, we're trying to do this. It had ups and downs of this development, but that was the basic idea. So it's not necessarily the systems we have today or we have 20 years ago. We actually, at the beginning, started out trying to build a system that is able to simulate a human, to do similar tasks like form abstractions, solve kinds of problems in terms of reading, mathematical problems, something like this. Now we come to the thinking machines. Again, if we have a complex problem, we try to simplify it. And the simplification in the thinking machines is that we like to define what this machine should do and how it should behave. And in the main work by Russell and Norvig, the idea was that the rational agent is the one that achieves the best outcome when there is certain uncertainty, or it tries to achieve at least the best outcome. Yeah. So in a nutshell, AI has focused on creating agents that try to do the right thing. But who defines what is the right thing? Right? At the moment, that's currently we or the developers of AI algorithms, but it's not always clear what is the right thing. Such agent can do a lot of things, a lot of different tasks. That's what we've seen today. So they can do search, they can reasoning, they can planning, dealing with uncertainty, decision making. We actually have certain approaches like an ant colony algorithm that is some kind of an optimization approach where basically this rational agent is an ant. Something also similar we have for the bees. But what is the rational behavior? So the street is empty, the traffic light is red. What do we do? What's the right and the rational decision? Do we cross the street? Do we wait until the light gets green? We have to define that in a certain way. Yeah? And how do we define it? How do we get machines to behave in such a situation? And how can we make machine do the right thing? I will not go into very technical details, but in some stuff you probably have heard before. The most promising approach so far, and I would say above 80% of all the AI systems that we have today, they rely on supervised learning. We have a huge training data set. We can train our algorithms on this training data set. For this training data set, we know what's the right answer. That's how we can train the algorithm. And then we have the model that achieves the task it should do. It could be a classification task. It could be a regression task. Most of the stuff. It could be something like, what's the next word in a sentence I like to generate? What is, at the moment, a little bit more promising for making the next jump in AI development is reinforcement learning. Here, I don't really want to learn an algorithm that predicts me something or forecasts me something. Here, I like to predict an agent that behaves in a certain way, that does this rational behavior. Here, I also need a lot of data, but what I need here is the agent needs to have some type of action it can perform. And I need to define some kind of a reward for this agent so that it says, oh, this was a good action, or this was a good behavior. Reinforcement learning is often associated with robot navigation so that a robot can autonomously move around an uncertain environment. It's also often associated with game playing because in reinforcement learning, we need a lot of simulated environments because during the training of such an agent, a lot of stuff breaks. So because the agent runs against the wall, falls down a cliff, or something like that. And it's not possible to do that in a real world. Both of those are machine learning approaches. But we can do intelligent approaches also without doing machine learning, yeah? Because learning is always goal achieving. I would like to do some kind of skill acquisition, or I try to find the best solution I don't know yet. So one other approach is evolutionary computation. This is an optimization approach. I usually start here with some kind of a population. I evaluate this population. I do some kind of selection. I do some kind of variation to create a new population. This is analogous to the metaphor of evolution, right? This is how evolution works in its most simplest form. We have similar approaches for the ants, for the bees, for the grasshoppers, and almost for all animals that are out there, there is some kind of an evolutionary or a nature-inspired optimization approach. But also, standard classical optimization approaches can be creative and can be thinking machines. For example, if I would like to figure out the best route for a certain task, may it be the fastest route, may it be the route that saves the most fuel, or something like that, I can do that with classical optimization approach. The approach doesn't know the solution before. It finds a new solution. It gets creative to get a new solution. And we could also interpret this from a human way. We think a lot about this problem and then we figure out what's the right solution. Just in this case, the machine does all the thinking. Where are we at the moment? I'm not sure how good you can see at the end, but we have a graphic. The dashed line is the human baseline, and all the colored lines are certain tasks we often associated with intelligence or cognition or certain abilities. Except for one line, that's for the multimodal understanding and reasoning line, all the machines beat the human baseline. So that means they have a performance that is better than the human baseline. It doesn't necessarily say they are better than humans, but at least the human baseline, they get better. And even for the last line, for this multimodal understanding and reasoning, the slope of the curve is really steep. So we could expect that in a couple of years, 2 or 3 years, we also, in this task, will beat the human baseline. So we have machines that can do the same stuff as we, maybe even better than us. Be it more faster, be it that they are more efficient. The problem is this one. As I said, most of those approaches rely on the supervised learning approach. And the supervised learning approach requires data. And I believe it's the Epoch AI research team estimated how much data do we have left. And with 80% confidence interval, they say data runs out between 2026, this is next year, and 2032. After that, we don't have any more new data we could use to train AI agents with new data, to make them more interesting, to make them better at something. And this is the problem why people now say the supervised learning approach comes to an end, and we need to do some kind of another approach to create the next wave of AI agents. And here, this type of reinforcement learning combined with robotics might be one way to go. At the end, I would like to speak a little bit about autonomy and creativity, since I promised I will do this. And we have a lot of examples for autonomous systems, right? We discussed, I think, in one of the, it was either the presentation of the groups or before, whether we decide whether an agent is autonomous, this has ethics questions, this has moral questions, but we have already a lot of autonomous systems. Some examples are here self-driving cars. Yeah, they drive independently, there is no driver involved anymore, and for everybody who comes here, is here locally, I think this week or last week they said next year we have self-driving cabs in the east of Switzerland, so right across the border. So it's right in front of our door. Some other two examples. Salesforce launched this suite of autonomous agents for business operations, and traffic computer use is a possibility that this agent moves your mouse and all your parts of your computer to do autonomously certain processes, so it can complete tasks in real time, so you don't have to sit in front of the computer anymore. The agent will do that for you, answer your email, and everything else. But of course, autonomy has risks. We have certain ethical questions regarding decision making, who is responsible if something goes bad, who is liability. And of course, if you think about such an agent that is able to generate content, be it on a website, be it in social media, it can generate a lot of misinformation and distribute misinformation because the agent does not need to sleep anymore. Yeah? But let me make one thing clear. Just because content is AI generated doesn't mean it's misinformation. I think there's a same amount of misinformation by humans with intention. So we have to think about how to deal with agents and how to gather this coexistence between us and those thinking machines. And we have those 3 laws of robotics. These are don't harm humans, obey orders, protect yourself, and this is basically the balanced world. If we just change the order of those 3 rules, we either come to a frustrating world because it's too cold on Mars for the robot to go there and he doesn't like cold weather, or we have some kind of a killbot hellscape, which was, we have a lot of Terminator movies that actually deal with this topic. Yeah. Creativity also as part of autonomous systems about creating new stuff, finding new solutions, chartering the uncharted territory. It's really difficult because creativity is similar to intelligence, is very broad. It happens in different levels and different dimensions. But what we can do is to see how much of the chats or the talks with a certain chatbot happen and how much people actually work in this field. And what you can see here, most of the questions with Claude, this is a chatbot from Anthropic, relate to computer and mathematical questions, but only about 3.4% of people work in this field. The next thing is arts, design, entertainment, sports, and media. 10% of all the conversations with Claude can be attributed to this area, but only 1.4% of the people in the US work in this field. So it's already used a lot for tasks where we have much less people working in those fields. It's probably not a good thing for those people, who knows. We of course have also the other way around, right? So transportation and material moving, I'm not sure how many of you ask Claude or the ChatGPT how to move your sofa from A to B, but about 9% of the people work in this field. At the end, let me finish with 2 questions you might think about. So what we actually do is called anthropomorphism. So we give machines human traits because this allows us to better understand or describe what they are doing. But maybe we should ask, is this question, can machines think, actually the correct questions? Because we use the think here, it's a human trait. But machines don't really think, right? They just do some kind of optimization, they do some mathematical functions. It's nothing we would associate it with thinking. On the other hand, we don't really know how we as humans think. So this is unclear, right? But we also can turn the whole thing around. What would think machines about as humans? Thank you very much, and enjoy the following talks.
Thank you so much, and thank you also for remembering us to take a step towards the post-Anthropocene in that case. So, if you might have questions, we are not answering them now, we are answering them in the panel discussion. We have a QR code, maybe now or seconds later, which you can scan and then write your questions again into the Menti. Yeah, I would have loads of questions about the ethical stuff, I always have, about agents and patients and about new ethics, but there'll be the time for that. And I think also Paco Calvo is a perfect guest now for taking a step towards the post-Anthropocene and also about telling us about the cognition and the consciousness of plants. He is internationally recognized for his pioneering research in the field of plant cognition. And at the University of Murcia, he directs the Minimal Intelligence Lab, and I love that title, where he investigates how plants learn, remember, and make decisions. And since we're at the decision making, you might have guessed that he is now challenges us a little bit about how he defines cognition and consciousness. And I'm really looking forward to Paco Calvo. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, it's working? Yeah. Okay, great. Well, thanks for having me, Margarita, and organizers. It's great to be here. Just arrived yesterday evening, but I had enough time to see how beautiful and quiet and peaceful the place is. I resonate throughout the day with a lot of the things you said, especially those in English. Unfortunately, I couldn't follow most of the things in the morning. My German is below 0. But no, now seriously, when she mentioned like 4E cognition, embodied, embedded, enacted, extended, I would add the 5E. We speak also of ecological, so it's like 5 E's, embodied, embedded, enacted, extended, and ecological. I'll say a few things about that. And in the case of Stefan, also I pretty much resonate with a few things he said, quite a lot actually. Especially this idea that we don't quite get, which is that we keep forgetting about it, right? Like, hey, intelligence is not something that you see. You just cannot see it. You can only infer it, right? The best thing you can do is to infer it out of the overt behavior. So I can check out your behavior, your behavioral repertoire. I can see how sophisticated it is. And out of that, I can infer that, hey, this guy is pretty smart. Depends on what you're doing. I might infer he's pretty dumb, right? I can also do what you mentioned, like, oh, maybe brain states, neural correlates of some intelligent behavior. There's some neural correlates, what flags, what lights up in your brain when you're performing a cognitive task, right? And that's kind of the same thing, and you can do with plants. So we can, and we do at the Minimal Intelligence Lab. I always joke with this idea like, hey, people say, why do you call them minimal intelligent? No, minimal intelligence is our intelligence in missing theirs, right? So I hope by the end of the talk, the message that planta sapiens is not a metaphor. So I mean to say that plants are sapient, intelligent, sentient, in the very same way that I use those terms for humans, right? So planta sapiens is not a literary experiment, it's not a metaphor. I do mean to say that they are intelligent in pretty much the same way, right? I know it's late, it's been a long day, but I have homework for you, okay? So, no, I mean it. So please please concentrate now because I'm going to ask you to do something which is extremely difficult. So you will have to concentrate, okay? I'm going to ask you to watch this clip, okay? To watch the clip that comes next. Please make the effort to simply watch the geometrical figures you're going to see, triangles and circles. Just see them for what they are, geometric figures, okay? Okay, you'll see what I mean. Please, try hard. Just see them for what they are, geometric figures. Triangles, lines, that's it. Come on, you have to concentrate. It's hard. Now it gets mad. Okay, so yeah, really pissed off. But anyway, we were not supposed to be doing that, right? And I bet no one in the room was able to do it. We simply cannot. You just couldn't. If you raise your hand, hey, Paco, I could, you're lying. Nobody can, right? This is a psychological experiment from the 40s. And that's big news, because it means that we've got to be extra careful with the way we project our prejudices, our biases, what is it that we see, right? How theory-laden it is, right? So when we study plant intelligence, plant over behavior, and to infer plant intelligence, we need to check out. This is a BBC David Attenborough style, well, not a style, David Attenborough's documentary. I'm gonna lend my mic to Dave.
It waves its shoots agitatedly from side to side, as if feeling for the best way forward. And when a shoot settles on its course, it thrusts ahead relentlessly. The invading stem's backward-pointing spines give it the grip it needs to climb over almost anything that stands in its way.
You get the idea, right? So we need to clearly distinguish in between, hey, this agent is doing the things by themselves, for itself, as opposed to, it's doing nothing, I'm making it up. And we never know, because we need to infer it, right? So how do I know that we are not making up stories about plant simply growing instead of behaving intentionally, right? So that's what we try to discover, to find out in our lab. We do time-lapse photography, so we take pictures every minute, maybe, and assemble the footage and check what's going on there, what David Attenborough just did. But being extra careful not to anthropomorphize, as he was mentioning at the end of his talk, right? We also do electrophysiological recordings. We insert electrodes into the stem of the plant and record the electrochemical activity, electrosignaling throughout the flows of energy throughout the plant body, and study those non-neural correlates, assuming that you don't need to have neurons to be intelligent, right? So that's kind of the thing we do. So for example, say you have a climbing being. This is a vine climbing for a pole. We can study it kinematically. And by this, I mean trying to avoid anthropomorphizing the plant. So say I'm walking to the loo at night, my son left a toy truck in the middle of the corridor, he usually does, so I just, I try not to switch the lights on to go to the loo, not to wake anybody up, and then I just walk across the corridor and then, boom, the truck was there. You watch the video in the morning, and you have to infer whether Paco bumped onto the truck or knew the truck was there. So out of the kinematics, velocities, accelerations, you can tell. So we can play the same game with plants. You can simply tell, hey, this plant is simply growing, and out of mere growth reaches its target by chance, by pure chance. Just, it was a fluke, oh, lucky me, I bump onto the pole, here I am, now I can go up there and do photosynthesis. Or am I intentionally trying to reach it? Is it goal-directed control behavior, right? So I would like to think that we have a way to tell that on a strictly neutral, non-anthropocentric terms, right? But being able to do that is not that easy, because if you are not wearing these glasses, you will wear some other glasses. But there is no way you can see the world without some bias or another. We simply swap one bias for another bias, but there is not the bias-free way of seeing the world, right? So we really need to make an effort, again, number 2, more concentration, to put ourselves in their shoes. So what is it that they care about? What is it that matters to them? And that's so important. It's really important because we need to make a strong, big effort. It's not that easy to forget about ourselves. So we need to forget about ourselves before we are able to put ourselves in their shoes. Because they don't care about our lives. Sorry, humans, I know you think you're proud of being Homo sapiens, but we are not that important to them. In fact, we are not important at all. So it's not their fault, it's not their business that you need to go shopping and cook dinner. They don't need to go shopping, that's why they are sessile. They do their own food through photosynthesis. They have their sugars, they don't need to go shopping. They might say, hey, you humans, how stupid you are, you need to go shopping, I don't. Instead of we saying, hey, plants cannot be smart, they are sessile, they are rooted, they don't need to move around. So what? They have different problems, they come up with different solutions, right? And yet, that's anything but easy. So that's my son's, a few years ago, we went on sabbatical to Edinburgh for me to write the book, and for my kids to enjoy life. And then I told my son, I said, hey, I tried not to bias him. I said, can you write, the idea of plant intelligence? At the time, the working title was Pflanzenkognition, the next revolution. And then I didn't say anything to him about what we do in the lab or anything at all, just to see what comes out of his naive mind, unbiased. And you see, that's what he came up with, obviously. He's at school, taking exams, sitting there boringly all morning long, listening to teachers. That's his life. Well, if plants are intelligent, there you go. That's what they have to be doing, right? So you just swap the glasses you wear, but it's very difficult to do it otherwise, right? So let's try to think of plants in themselves and for themselves, right? So I want you to focus on this plant, okay? Not this one. The one you're gonna see now growing right here. You will see a plant germinating that doesn't have chlorophyll, so it cannot do photosynthesis. It's a parasitic plant. So it needs to latch onto a host plant to suck up its sugars, right? So we need to put ourselves in their shoes. That's our tiny plant. Oh, yeah, there we go. I start growing. Do I just grow? And lucky me if I find some host plant to suck up the sugars? Or do I need to think hard about it? Should I grow left or should I grow right? Right? There it goes. Yes, nice catch. Now drills into the vascular system and suck up the sugars. Right? So I want you to think about what's happening here right now. Remember, are plants simply growing, or are they intentionally reaching their goals? First thing is that for the plant to reach a target, if it's another fellow plant, plants are going to be absorbing red, the part of the light wave spectrum and letting far red go by. So they will be absorbing blue and red. That's actually why you see them green, right? They reflect the green. So that means that, for example, the ratio, the proportion of red to far red light is going to be very meaningful. It's going to tell them the density of the canopy, how many neighbors there are around. If there is a guy around here, we're going to find a drop in the ratio because somebody's going to be absorbing red. If nobody's around, you're going to see the ratio going up, right? So depending on the ratio, you can tell whether I should be growing one way or another. But remember Margarita's 4E idea, embodied, embedded, enacted, extended, right? So if remember when you were kids, did you play here this game, at least we do in Spain, like you are blindfolded and then you need to find the treasure. And then, right, your friends have to tell you cold, cold, or hot, hot, right? Okay, so I'm blindfolded and I don't move. So I'm staying like this. You cannot play the game because hot or cold only makes sense in the context of my actions. So I need to do like this for you to say cold and then, oh, okay, this cold, okay. I learned the lesson. I'm going to try this way. Hot, hot, you see? So I need to be behaving, acting in such a way that I close a perception action loop that becomes meaningful in the context of my behavior. So I say, okay, now that way I get to navigate to my target by getting those clues out of the way I was behaving in the previous cycle, right? So that's what the plant is doing. Think of the plant as not simply circumnutating. So it's not simply revolving around, growing in circles. The plant is not simply doing like this, and then eventually I will hit a target because I'm growing. No, it's actually sensing, monitoring how the ratio of red to far red light goes up or down depending on the direction. So they are playing the game being blindfolded. Hey, is it hot, hot, cold, cold, ratio up, ratio down? Oh, more guys here doing photosynthesis. I'd rather either go the other way if I want to find empty space, or go that way if I'm a parasitic plant and want to suck up the sugars. You see? But you are not only doing that. You have volatile organic compounds, so you can rely on chemical cues. You can rely on vibrations, mechanical stimulation. You know that some flowers can actually tell if this guy approaching me is a pollinator that pollinates me out of the vibrations, as opposed to some other insect that is not my pollinator, different pattern of vibration. And they will only increase the concentration of nectar if the vibration corresponds to my pollinator. So if the guy coming over here is my pollinator, I can tell out of the mechanosensorial stimulation and I will increase the nectar concentration. If not, I won't bother. So all these signals have got to be integrated somehow. Light regime, chemical compounds, airborne, phytoacoustics, so many more cues. That's just 3, right? But you see, now we start to get an idea of, hey, the cuscuta, that parasitic plant, is not simply growing. It's definitely processing information. Well, we can see now plants as information processing systems. You see? They need to integrate all those cues in order to provide a response that is globally adaptive, like integrating all those cues, right? So that's the example of what's happening there, just mentioned. Okay, now think what we can do with this. A few years ago, we were funded to think of ways to inspire robotics and AI with plants, right? So that's, again, a great example in relation to your previous talk, because there is another way to improve navigation skills. So say you are a rover on Mars. Certainly, shit can happen and will happen, because we live in a world of, contingencies. There are regularities, but many things could go wrong as I move from point A to point B. So I need to navigate my surroundings and, avoid obstacles to reach my target. Okay? But from point A to point B, as I walk through on wheels as a rover, you might find a crack, you might punch a wheel, you might find a cliff, a sand dune, many things, right? And of course, you cannot code them all ahead of time. You cannot have them pre-programmed or keep adding lines of code. We can have different strategies, as he mentioned, but we can do something else as well. We can think of finding inspiration in other systems, biological systems that do get around in different ways. So if you see, sometimes it's better to simply change the question. Instead of saying, how do I get from point A to point B, and then we can have different discussions of which different architectures allowed you to do so, right? Reinforcement or not, whatever. Then you might say, hey, hold on a sec. Are we assuming that I need to leave point A before I reach point B? Because I'm a locomoting animal. Well, how about if I'm a growing plant? If I'm a growing plant, you saw from the Cuscuta, to reach my target, I don't need to leave point A, because I grow from A to B. If I keep growing, I can check you if I keep growing, and I will, if you give me enough time, right? So that's important, because I don't leave point A. Cuscuta didn't leave point A. It grew all the way from germination spot onto the plant. And why this is important? Because sometimes you simply do away with your problems. You don't solve them, computationally speaking. You simply avoid them. So say I'm growing, I don't care about the crack. I don't care about the crack. I grow over the crack. There is a cliff or a little ridge. I don't care. I hang, like a hanging bridge. I keep growing. So you grow over your problems. Many times you can do that, right? In fact, going back to the idea, Margarita's idea of embodied, embedded, and acted. So think what's happening here, because we put too much emphasis on the idea that, hey, plants have no neurons. Who is at the wheel? Who is at the driving seat? Right? Things like this. But hold on a sec. Check this is a root of rice at the top, and the bottom one is being knocked down gene. So it has a gene missing, and is unable to circumnutate. So it's unable to grow like this. So plants grow by differential elongation. So I grow this cell, this cell expands, so it's just like growing like this. It's oscillating, right? If you cannot oscillate, because you've been triggered, then you can only grow in a straight line, right? So the top one, you'll see, there is a pattern of behavior that emerges out of the interaction of a root tip that simply oscillates when confronting the surface it's growing onto, right? You see what I mean? Check the top one. That's exhibiting a pattern of exploration. It's exploring its surroundings by oscillating, but the bottom one that doesn't oscillate, because it's not oscillating, it grows in a straight line. Once it hits the surface, it just, right? You see? You couldn't find who is at the wheel guiding the exploratory behavior. It's the emergent result of a pattern of interaction in a distributed system. You see? Now, we can use this as a source of inspiration. Now, I told you about the growbot, a growing robot, a robot that grows. Okay? You want to see it in action? Check this out. This is a robot that circumnutates, that oscillates. Okay? You'll find it on the left. And on the right, a robot that is stuck, that simply grows in a straight line. Okay? This is pneumatic actuation, by the way. We inflate it. Think of it as, you inflate the robot like a balloon. That's the way it grows, from the inside out. Think of a sock, like your socks, a pair of socks, like they are folded. When they unfold, they avert out, right? So it's growing from the inside out, right? So you'll see, if you circumnutate, you encounter obstacles, but you simply avoid them in an emergent manner. So there is no command center. There is no body deciding whether to turn left or right. It's the emergent outcome of an embodied system. And the one on the right is completely stuck. As soon as it finds an obstacle, it's stuck because it's not circumnutating. You see? But in both cases, the principle is the same. I'm simply, pneumatic actuation, being inflated and everting from the inside out, right? So this means that we can rely a lot of computational information processing cargo onto the periphery of the system. So we are obsessed with the neuronal and maybe bodily constraints material properties, morphological properties are way more important than we thought they were. So maybe sometimes they provide the clue. And of course, we thought plants were stupid, they had no head, who is doing the driving, and then, hey, you don't need it. You can do it in a distributed fashion. So materials allow you, when you are everting from the inside out, to do amazing things. Check what happens when you grow from the inside out. You don't care if you get stuck, because you get stuck from the outside wall, but because you keep growing from the inside out, you keep growing. Or you don't get stuck in the glue, or you don't get punched, or better said, you get punched, but if you have enough pneumatic pressure, you keep growing despite being punched, right? So that's all the things you can do if you're a growbot. Right? Oh, this is great. Look, for archaeological sites. You can go through a crack and then keep growing, because the crack is tiny, but then you keep growing because it's soft. We are calling about soft robotics, okay? So that's so important. Imagine, you go into an Egyptian pyramid, you don't need to remove the stones, and you go through a crack and then you inflate, keep growing inside. If you have a camera at your tip, then you can tell things about the world and decide how to grow. You have two chambers, you can add differential pneumatic pressure to the chambers. So if I inflate the upper chamber more than the lower one, it will go downwards. If I inflate the lower chamber more than the upper one, then it will grow upwards. So you can, with two chambers, you can make the robot turn and go one way or another. Right? Right? Okay, so that looks pretty dumb to many people. Oh, it's just a balloon growing. I mean, what's the fuss about it? But think that plants are, we've talked about distributed cognition, right? Distributed intelligence. You won't find the driver at the wheel we mentioned. And that means that they resemble, in a sense, patterns of collective intelligence or swarm intelligence. Like, if you think of a flock of birds, of a school of fish, well, that's not unlike what you find in a flock of roots, right? When you have all these individual root tips, remember that tip exploring, all these individual root tips that somehow need to orchestrate collectively the way, their decision-making, the way they decide to grow one way or another, to find, a nutrient patch, not to compete your king, because they can tell king from not king. If you are my fellow, I might try not to outcompete you, or go for a, go do away with hydric stress, you name it. But all those problems get solved at the emergent level of the collectivity, right? So now there is a twist here. We can do something else, which is the following. We can think, as we move with LLMs, all the way from artificial intelligence, algorithmic, syntactic, prompt engineering way of engaging with ChatGPT like gadgets, to robots doing things in the real world, right? So now we are at the stage in which, hey, this is not about how you get to program your robot. This is about how you can have a robot first, okay? First, a robot that relies on sources of inspiration that are not related to locomotion. So think of the growbot, okay? We have a growbot. Then it is a growbot made of soft materials. And that counts, because you can have a growbot made of hard materials, 3D printing layers. But those will get stuck in the crack. You want it to be soft. And those material properties are the ones that allow it to go through the gap and then inflate at the other side, right? So it's got to be soft, it's got to be plant-inspired, you grow, you don't locomote, right? And then what do we gain by moving into the real world of doing things out there, that you can see the result of your actions. So if I'm this robot, I just boom, bah! I can see what happened and thereby make some adjustment as a result. So I can close the perception action loop by thinking, oh, that was the result of my actions, right? Okay? So imagine if you get to program or to control, better said, to control a robot, a growbot, a soft growbot, okay? You are with me? You get to control it with a generative AI. So a generative AI is going to give you something that is not to be thought as set in stone, is generative. So we can see the result of behavior, output behavior being governed by a generative AI. But this is collective. So imagine you have each root tip growing or each growbot growing, controlled by a generative AI, plus the added effect of having emergent features that have to do with how they collectively assemble. So you have all these growbots that are navigating their surroundings, not simply governed by a controller, but by a controller that is generative, and on top of that, you are thinking of the global contribution or the global pattern that cannot be predictive or cannot be assembled ahead of time. Right? Okay? How much time we have left, Margarita? I'm lost. 7 minutes? Okay, good. So one of the problems, another problem we have usually with plants, intelligence, and comparisons with humans or artifacts is that we try to think of plants as having their sensory organs located somewhere. So you could say, hey, where do they have their ears? Where do they have their nose, their eyes? So how do they see the world? How is this climbing being seen the pole, right? That's because we are, again, animal-centric. The same as with locomotion. We think in terms of locomotion, or we think in terms of where do they have their ears. So their ear is the whole plant body. So they get this pattern of vibrations, stimulating, moving the hairs on the whole plant body, that information being transduced and translated into electrochemical signaling throughout the plant body, right? So that happens throughout the plant body itself. So we need to make an effort to truly put ourselves in their shoes. And say we can scale up, we can do some scaffolding in terms of what is it that we do. First, of course, we need to substitute one sensory for another. Because, you know, we do things maybe with vision, we need to think, hey, how could they be doing it? So, you know, we have many examples of sensory substitution devices. You go from optic flow, like, you know, how the image expands in your retina as I'm approaching you, that the image is expanding in your retina. You might substitute optic flow for haptic flow. So we can put a gadget on your tummy and see how that expands, like vibrations on your tummy. How this is expanding as I approach you. That substitutes optic flow, right? So we can have sensory substitution devices, we know those, but we want to think how to perform those substitution devices with plant inspiration. So you may want to expand, not simply substitute, but expand your sensory capacities. For example, beyond the visible light spectrum. Right? UV light, as pollinators do, right? So certainly when you have a flower with stripes under UV light, those evolve to help the pollinator land on the petal. We don't get to see it, only the pollinator does. So can we sensory expand our capacities to empathize with them? And of course, we can not just expand into something we already have beyond the visible light spectrum onto the non-visible light spectrum, but we can add modalities that are lacking as of today. So if you are doing all that, if you are thinking of growbots inspired in that way and controlled in a generative fashion, think, by the way, of these root tips I was telling you as a collective agent, as a flock of roots. Think of them playing this game of being blindfolded and trying to find the treasure. So they will be all saying cold, cold, hot, hot, but collectively. So it becomes a dance. They are collectively gathering information that only makes sense from the point of view of the swarm as such. right? So that's the sort of thing I want you to think of. If we have 2 minutes left, I would love to show you something, because we've talked mostly about intelligence, cognition, but not that much about sentience itself. And the emergence of sentience is so important here. Look, I'm going to show you, you know mimosa, mimosa pudica? Are you familiar with mimosa? You don't need to time-lapse those guys, right? They are so fast. You touch it and they fold their leaves, right? So look at the top one. It's just the standard reaction of mimosa. You touch it, it will fold. Now, what happens when you anesthetize a plant? When you anesthetize a plant, no spoiler, like Planta Sapiens, the book starts with this. We got to this audience, this theater, and anesthetized a plant live, right? So we put it under a glass bell, added a cotton pad with anesthetics from animal veterinary hospitals. So the same anesthetics you use for dogs, for cats, for pets, right? The same one, isoflurane. Then the plant will suck it up through the leaves, and it will get anesthetized, right? So this is what happens down left. When you anesthetize it, look, it simply doesn't respond. Okay? Knocked off. Now, what was that? Well, you see, this is the part that plant physiology explains. I mean, isoflurane, the active principle, messes up membrane properties. So we are obsessed with neurons. We are anthropocentric, animal-centric, locomotion-centric, neurocentric. And we think that it has to do with neurons. No, it has to do with sensitivity by cells, being neuronal or non-neuronal. So the isoflurane messes up membrane properties, means it doesn't allow ions to cross the border, the membrane. So the cell effectively doesn't spike. So the action potential in neurons, you know, when a neuron fires an action potential, it depolarizes, then repolarizes, then hyperpolarizes. So that threefold phase, electrophysiological threefold phase, is a neuron firing, right? So a neuron fires this way. But plant cells fire this way too. It's the very same thing. These ions crossing the membrane. Different ions, but the functional principle remains the same. It's the threefold phase. It depolarizes, repolarizes, hyperpolarizes. That's an action potential. So plants fire spikes of voltage, and we prevent those from firing because we are messing up with those membrane properties. Ions cannot cross the membrane, right? So up until now, the story I gave you is pretty consistent with what a plant electrophysiologist could tell you, right? But what happens when you come out of anesthesia? Now, you start to fold, but you're sort of like, you know, dazed and confused. You're coming out of anesthesia. So I invite you to think, really, what does it mean to come out of anesthesia? So you human animals, you've been in a surgical room, some of you, I guess, under general anesthetics, and when you come out of anesthesia, what's happening? You are recovering something that you had lost provisionally, temporarily. So that subjective sense of awareness, oh, here I am, back again, right? So that happiness that comes with, oh, I'm back, lucky me, right? So that sense of awareness, however basic it is in plants, or however different it is from the type of awareness that we humans experience, is what you recover when you come out of anesthesia. So I invite you to think in those terms. Life has to do with being aware, meaning-making, being aware of your surroundings and doing things about it. If you wanted a definition of intelligence, we have hundreds, but I can suggest that we speak of adaptive behavior, that it's not just adaptive. So sure, there is adaptive behavior, plant adaptive behavior. Plants grow and do their things and pass their genes. But this adaptive behavior that is flexible enough to change course of action, because shit can happen. It's anticipatory. So you have to foresee possibilities ahead of time. You don't want to be late. You don't want to be catching up constantly. You don't want to simply react. You want to behave proactively. And it's got to be goal-directed towards your targets. And that's intentional behavior. So tell me what form of life can afford to live catching up or reacting. From bacteria to humans, that's what we all share in the tree of life, the need to behave flexibly, anticipatorily, and in a goal-directed manner. And that's what I take to be intelligence, quite regardless of the form, the specific form that we have evolved. Thank you. Or danke.
Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to the panel discussion, also with the consciousness and the narcosis and everything. Perfect. If you have like some burning questions you want to gossip about with your neighbor, that's your chance. We're now taking a quick break, like 30 minutes. Have a snack, have a chat, watch the exhibitions at the foyer, and we will be back in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Von denen da, oder wie?
Nein.
Wenn, dann kann der Gold im Jahr nicht machen da. Was, das geht noch mehr?
Freilich, Licht ist nicht das Problem.
Ja, genau.
So. Ich habe mal zumindest gewarnt, die Künstliche.
Oder ist das schon alles? Ich weiß es gar nicht. Ja.
Das ist jetzt eigentlich nicht.
Master Control Unit. Da habe ich kein 100% mehr hier in der Zeit.
If you
make the setup for you. Do you have Edu on?
Yes, I'm connected. Yeah,
you
yeah.
are connected. Okay, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So then we just have to set up this. You can plug in your HDMI, and then we can make the headset, and then we are.
Oh, okay. Yeah, perfect. One second, I have to.
Everything's working. Do you have a sound as well?
Yes, normally,
Okay.
but I have to check it.
Then we have to check it there.
Right here.
So yes, and the sound property should be yes, and then we have to check that the correct one.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
And then we should have the sound on the.
And then let me see if mirrored is on. Do you know where that is?
Arrangement.
It's already. They hid it somewhere.
Okay.
Can it be mirrored? Like dual? Because
no,
now we have nothing.
I have muted now.
Ah, okay.
that's the problem.
Because
I guess it's okay.
But because I do need to have the presenter notes on this screen, right?
Yeah.
And the visuals on the other screen, so I have to.
Yeah.
Oh wait, what am I doing?
If you are drawing a straight line without oscillating, once you get started, there you are. That was the idea. That exploration emerges.
Ich muss kurz mal.
Ah, there we go. Yeah. Oh no, wait, because it's not mirrored.
Yeah. Okay.
So you could do that there, or should I do
Yeah,
it
I have muted the projector because he wants to have some shots with the.
Yeah, but I need this is like one screen, right? And it's exactly the same there, but I want one screen here, mirror.
This
like,
is no. Do not. It's not mirroring.
No, because it's the same view. But maybe advanced.
You
I wait here.
Use as extended display. But this is when connected to.
It is gleich.
You know. Okay, let's make the picture and then we solve this problem.
Okay, yeah, we'll do it afterwards.
Yeah. What's this presentation? What's this?
Miro. No. Figma.
Maybe there must be preferences. Maybe there is the thing that you have to change to the presentation. I mute the microphone. Okay, this one.
Yeah.
I think it's a nice, more casual setting.
But then we feel like gender separated. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very silent. The sound is very silent. But there's something wrong because normally I have the sound on the system.
I can imagine, but
Okay,
well,
but I guess
it's only one thing, so it's
only one
perfectly
thing.
fine.
I
Yeah.
guess it's
Yeah.
we try to be stable there.
Yeah, but it's only
then-
10 seconds within the whole
Yeah.
presentation.
Then we try it with
Yeah.
with
I can
the
also speak
microphone.
from here. It's fine if that's
No,
right.
no. It's easier for you if you have.
Okay.
I guess some food.
Yeah, I'll take afterwards because I don't like to eat just before I have to speak.
Okay. So then we adjust the microphone. This one. Just counting 1, 2, 3 or something like this.
Hello? Yes, there we go. I think so, yeah. Perfect, thank you. Yes.
So we are well prepared.
When does it start?
Okay, we are well prepared. That's fine.
Perfect. Okay, thanks so much. I was doing a bit of searching. I'm also a guy using now the Figma, which is of course not the most used tool currently. So
Yeah, but that should be no problem.
it should have been no problem indeed.
Yeah.
You never know how it goes.
Okay. But we try to do it a simple way.
Yeah, I mean sometimes low tech is the best, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. It will. I'll just put the energy saver path for now.
Yeah, prepare your things and normally the sound is
Yeah, and it starts in a few minutes again, or not? The schedule, you don't know.
the schedule. I really don't know.
Oh, okay, well that's okay. No, I was wondering if I would go there.
Yeah. Or you can go to the restroom.
Yeah.
I guess 10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay.
I
I'll
guess
be
10
fine.
minutes because they are leaving and they make the break and then.
Yeah, a little
and
later.
We are later. We are 15 minutes late on the time schedule, so I guess.
Yeah, I will try to be on time. With my talk.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So have fun.
Yeah, well, let's see.
Last year I was in August with the Run EU.
Ah, you were?
Yeah, it was really nice there.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, it's a nice place.
And was last year or?
Last year, yes.
Ah, okay.
Last year.
For a project week or?
For a project week, yes.
Nice.
This.
You have seen my colleagues.
Yeah,
actually.
I guess, but I can't remember.
No.
the names.
Yeah.
And
No, it's.
what we was in this interactive design studio. this is one part.
Yeah.
And it was very. It was our own building.
Yeah. Like a factory.
Like a factory.
Yeah,
yes,
that's indeed my campus. Indeed.
Okay. Yeah.
for
We
like a campus with like architectural. Like
yes.
Exactly.
We visit this campus.
Yeah.
It was really lovely.
Yeah. We are very
amazing. Yeah.
We are the only like department there.
Yeah.
It's quite nice.
They told us, and yeah, it was really lovely to see this.
Thank you. Yeah.
And the behavior was. What is good vibrations in this room.
Yeah, well, that's good, very nice. All right, go take some lunch. I will just put in some stuff here and then double check some stuff and everything will be fine, yeah?
Yeah, okay, yeah. So.
Danke.
Yeah. Okay, I think we might start, even though the door is still open, but I think we will be all together soon. So I hope you had a great break, great talks, great food. The snacks were quite delicious. I also had some. So we were talking loads of agency and how agency is also like seen or given to non-human actors, and if we are decentering agency, we might also decenter design, and that's exactly what Guillaume Gonzalez is talking about right now. He's designer and researcher and also author from our RAN-EU partner university, HOWEST, and yeah, thank you that you're here, and we're happy to listen to you.
Thank you for the introduction, appreciate it. All right. 1 second, I see there is still something not completely working with my slide. But what you just heard is the sound of the soil of our campus in Ghent. It's alive, it's full of signals that we usually ignore. And that's where I work. But then I have to check because the slides are not moving forward. 1 second, I'm sorry. It lost it. 1 second. It's the, yeah. There you go. So, once more, you can hear the soil of the sound of our campus in Ghent. And as I said, it's the place where I work. But of course, if I had to introduce myself the more human way, it would look something more like this. I'm a researcher, AI in design and immersive experiences at HOWEST University in Kortrijk in Belgium. And I'm part of the Department of Digital Design and Development, Divine. And then some more logos, because I'm also working as an artistic researcher around modern human and AI at the Kask and Conservatory Hoogend HOWEST. All the logos belong together, so probably they don't like that I did this. However, today I will speak about a research project named Decentering Design, a joint project of the institutions that we just saw before, and it also resulted in this publication shown on the screen. And in this project, we tried to ask, okay, how can we decenter the human? How can we consider the more than human side of things? And how can we actually look beyond human intelligences? And to do so, I will take you on a journey that also has shaped us. So we are exploring this more than human topic through a diverse set of perspectives. And in the publication, we also take the same approach. So we're trying to connect theory and practice, and it's always in conversation with design studios such as Superflux, which was already mentioned before, or Forma Fantasma, but also by talking with philosophers, policymakers, and artists. And some of the things that we heard before today will probably come back in my presentation as well. But first, I would like to start with a question. Who amongst us has never felt a connection to the living world around them? And I think everybody has had some sort of connection, even if it was walking this morning to the venue. You would see the mountains, you would hear the birds, feel the sun on your face. And actually, most of us have had this deep sense of connection and entanglement a little bit with the natural world. But then one of our questions was like, okay, but why don't we design with the same sense of awareness mostly? And in this presentation, we try to explore some pathways together to bring them back into our design practices. And I think that's also something that you're already quite used to. And this presentation is divided in two parts. So in the first part, it is a little bit more about me setting the scene and also showing a very short part of my journey into this topic. And talk you through the key thought processes that were important for us to shape our thinking around this. And also try to ask the question, okay, but why is considering other intelligences, the more than human, actually relevant for us as designers? And in the second part, I will highlight 4 lenses that explore design and artistic practices to understand how to shift design towards the more than human world and deal also with the complexities that it actually brings. So let us start by setting the scene. And this is not just a random piece of soil or an inflatable tube crawling under the ground, but it is actually the soil that we have just listened to. And of course, I expect people here already to be somewhat familiar with the notion and discourse around the more than human. But sometimes it's also good to break it down once in a while and also try to explore exactly what meaning those words exactly hold. So before I actually started researching the topic of more than human, this was how I was looking at design in a very simplified version. I knew that we came from a specific history or certain history, and that actually that history defines how we approach current challenges and also how we potentially ideate potential futures. As Heidegger would have said, we are defined by the past and open at the same time open to the future. And of course, I also understood that in the current era of climate change, that we are part of an ecosystem, and that design actually should think about being a part of this ecosystem. And then a little later, I started zooming in and looking at our own body. And I realized, okay, that what we consider normally the bigger whole surrounding us is actually part of us. It is very hard to determine where actually the bigger whole stops and where we begin. And I started asking questions like, okay, are these bacteria on my skin and in my gut, are they actually essential to what makes me, me? And of course, also recent studies have shown that changes in the gut microbiome can actually have implications for our immune function. So the question is really like, okay, where is the human and where does something else start, right? And so then if we look back at that opening scheme, we saw actually that is a very simplified way of looking at the world. And we start to understand our position a little bit more like this. We stand in relation to all other beings, and we should take into account the connections that we have when designing possible futures. And of course, we are not a unique generation in that respect, right? Like the graph is showing, all past generations, we were embedded in a network of living beings. And these life forms influence the options of each of the generations influence the options each of our previous generations had. And so, although we might understand this in a fairly theoretical way, it's sometimes also harder to imagine how that then exactly translates into practice and how we should act. So, in the part of the publication, we spoke also to Forma Fantasma about their project Ultraterra, and they already showed a little bit what these questions might mean. So in this project, they researched the relationship between merino sheep and humans, and how natural history, design history, biological history are actually all intimately connected. And they show how wool has shaped culture, habits, landscapes, our bodies, but also those of the bodies of the sheep. The selective breeding, for instance, of the sheep has changed their anatomy, and now they need regular shearing to keep them actually mobile and alive. But of course, it's not only others that are impacted by us. If we shortly shift our perspective, we can actually say that by requiring cultivation, storage, protection, grain actually tried to transform us from wandering foragers to sedentary beings. And we became deeply entangled in that life cycle. And of course, in turn, we changed the grain as well. And so both the examples show this idea of intergenerational embeddedness. We are part of a bigger whole, but not only an ecosystem functioning in a specific way, but it also encompasses culture, habits, evolution, and it's always multi-species. So if we then think back to the opening question, we sometimes feel and sense this on a deeply personal level. And this is also what David Abraham actually said in his seminal book, The Spell of the Sensuous, referring to this all as the more than human world. And by doing so, he foregrounded that, what lies beyond us. That the world is just much more than us, and that we are always intertwined with everything around us and around us. So this idea is actually vastly shared across cultures, different academic fields, through activists, religions, indigenous cultures. And some describe this idea of this interconnected sphere as the critical zone, Pachamama, the weather world, or Gaia. But it all relates a little bit around that same idea. We are all worldings, intimately intertwined with all other worldings. And so in every fiber of our existence, we are co-evolved beings with a shared history, a shared culture, and a shared future. Yet, if I then look at our processes, policies, and most activities as a society at large, we can actually see that we are not really acting according to this entanglement, this dependency, this co-evolution. We often see other beings as resources, we see our environment as a resource that can be extracted and used for benefit of us. And of course, this leads to imagery like this, which rapidly becomes our future. This is also, of course, something to think about if we talk about AI and the supply chain issues that come with creating all these data centers. And we are actually causing a mass extinction. And this is, of course, also something that is not just visible in a graph, but it's also something that is experienced on a day-to-day basis. For instance, I encounter less birds than my parents before me did, but for instance, my children will encounter maybe even less birds than me. And then I start, of course, to wonder, like, okay, what kind of humans will we be when more and more species go extinct? So co-evolution is becoming more and more like co-extinction. And this is also what Tom van Doren actually explores in his latest work. He says that this time demands a genuine reckoning with ourselves as the agents of mass destruction. And he explores actually this notion of dying with, how that can be something productive, something that enables futures rather than ending them. And he actually positions mourning as a way to open up the reality of the world we are ushering in, and also for something for us to allow us to reflect on how we can change this trajectory. But of course, to make this shift, we must delve in more explicitly in the concepts underlying the more than human, and also act in accordance with it. So we need to look at the world in a different way, and I think also here it's a good example how we are already trying to do this all together. We have to stop seeing ourselves as being at the top of this evolutionary pyramid. But also not seeing ourselves as the center of the world. Because if we keep positioning ourselves as exceptional beings, different than all others, we will always assign lesser value to what is all around us, right? And so if we want to act within that more than human relationality, we need to question our anthropocentric worldview. And of course, then you can ask, okay, but don't we have a lot of SDGs and other models in the sustainability discourse that actually already try to help and do this? But of course, this discourse is not really reflecting on our position fundamentally. It still operates within these preconceived notions as the human separate from the rest of things. And these instruments are developed within these anthropocentric frameworks and policies. And of course, they all try to attempt to match our need for growth and development with the planetary boundaries. But is this then enough? And the idea still remains then that all others can still be treated as resources. And so what we see as resources react to our actions and have been doing so all along. And it's not just our actions to which all others react, right? That would be a very narcissistic idea to actually think. We are all terraforming species with individual perspectives, reacting to each other, influencing each other. And we all have agency, and we should foreground this with our actions as well. So we really should actively engage this understanding. Each living being faces choices daily, right? And it's through interactions with others that these choices transform into specific pathways. It's shaping individual lives, but also evolution as species as a whole. And so evolution is like continuously communicating vessels, which in which each action influences innumerable other individuals and vice versa. There is a relationality that defines who we are, right? And although we not always are able to exactly grasp this, we should also not put it aside, think that's too complex, and avoid that complexity. So, to sum up in this first part, we should always design with this image in mind. We are indiscernible from all other beings, and there is no divide between us and the other. Every being has a perspective, an agency to shape the future, and we all do this in continuous relation to each other. We contaminate, in the best kind of the word, all life around us. So in short, we also should widen the scope of design as much as possible into these complexities, into past entanglements and future extinctions, and aim to craft new paths of decolonization, ecological regeneration, and environmental justice. And so to widen the scope of design, we also need to start asking different types of questions within our design and design practices. But then, how can we do this? How can we deal with all these complexities? Because, of course, it's okay, we have all these questions, we know a little bit what we're trying to do, but then the step is, okay, but how to implement that in our current practices? How can we convince the people that we work with that this is something important that we need to do? But first and foremost, how do we as designers engage with this? So, through our project, we kind of found these 4 types of lenses that we've been looking through to look at various artistic projects, for various design projects, and these help us to try to ask different questions as designers. So first and foremost, we have to reconnect to our own senses. Even though, of course, we are still using our own senses every day, we are somewhat grown desensitized to much of the world around us, like our urban, digital lifestyles disconnect us from the rhythms of the modern human world surrounding us. And I mean, who else? I mean, even this morning, I checked my weather app to determine if it's going to rain in 5 minutes to walk to the campus. And instead of looking just up to the sky and check if it was actually going to rain, right? So it's already quite embedded into the way how we behave. And of course, as highlighted in the first part, we often see nature as completely something separate from us, rather than something that we're actually embedded in. And so meaningful design for a modern human world begins also with grounding ourselves in the entanglements that weave together our shared existence. So we must rewire our very being and train our attention on matters that are more than human. And this is, above all, a bodily and experiential task, undertaken in concert with all other ways of being. And to do this, we have to take a situated approach, also already mentioned by Margarita, how important that is. We should design, think, and act with attention to context, be it social, ecological, temporal, ecological, material, rather than trying to assume this universal or detached perspective, right? So, for instance, when I did a project on a decommissioned train yard, I only felt that immersing myself in that specific place at that specific time allowed me to become entangled with the life surrounding me. I started to notice the environment in a different way and how the relationships between species and their surroundings continuously take shape. I was there with an ecological expert who said at one point, okay, but here, can you smell the smell of the fox? And I couldn't because I'm not trained to that. But then, subsequent times, I understood that there was actually a foxhole in this decommissioned train yard. And this created this whole different perspective compared to the explanations of others, the reference documents, maps, or even the quick site visits. It really takes time to embed yourself in a specific location. And we can immerse ourselves by engaging all our senses and also by creatively engaging with our environment through practices such as sketching, collecting, observing, and all this to build a deeper understanding of the place that we are in. And in doing so, we become more immersed in the world surrounding us. And I already saw here on the table, like also some sketches and the same kind of trying to build that materiality around that. So one of the questions that we really should ask as designers is, okay, how can design sensitize humans to their embeddedness within modern human systems? And then technology can actually also help us, aid us in designing differently. And we already saw the little sneak peek of that before, right? Because technology can actually help us expand our senses to open pathways and perceive and interpret realities that lies beyond our daily normal human limits. So from thermal imaging to bioacoustic monitoring, we now have all kinds of tools to reveal aspects of the world once that was imperceptible to us. And it's also the same thing as having this the example of Paco's presentation, where having a longer time period or having a slow motion camera actually helps as well. So our human senses are only one way of perceiving reality. A bat or a bee would experience a world entirely differently, right? And these technologies can actually offer us a brief glimpse into non-human perspective. This is also something we did in the first corner there, where we were at an estate where we were listening to the bats and see them fly around in real time. And so indeed, as Paco already stated, sometimes we can translate it actually the way how others perceive by, for instance, bringing ultraviolet light to the visual spectrum. And we can momentarily, and also a little bit speculatively, see a field of flowers as how a bee might understand it. And this is also exactly how Craig P. Burrows reveals the hidden fluorescence of plants under sunlight. We can see the colors and textures that lie beyond human vision. And it's of course because bees naturally perceive the spectrum, it's a rare glimpse into their world. And so, for instance, if we then look at an example by Daisy Ginsberg, a project called Pollinator Pathmaker, she takes that idea further and she creates a tool that prioritizes the bee's experience. So, for instance, instead of developing a garden for human aesthetics, she cultivates it with empathy for pollinators, shaping it around their needs and habits. But yeah, on the flip side, as humans, we also have an insatiable hunger for data. We quantify, we measure, we categorize, from mapping entire ecosystems to tracking the neural activity of octopuses or the migratory paths of birds. And the drive to collect and analyze information is deeply embedded also in our human culture. And of course, this desire stems partially from a belief that more data leads to better decisions, right? By knowing more, we feel more empowered to predict, intervene, or analyze, or protect. And in many ways, these data collection can be actually tied to this idea of it being an act of care, an attempt to understand and preserve the world around us. But as we all know, life around us resists total comprehension. Life is dynamic, it's interwoven, and it often operates in ways that escape human logic. So no data set, no matter how vast, can fully capture the complexity of an ecosystem in flux. And also don't mistake the projects shown here as giving a full comprehension of this ecosystem, of this jungle. Of course, there are many entanglements that remain unnoticed, whether it's by us or by the AIs. So indeed, some experiences are fundamentally unknowable. And this is also what Thomas Nagel wrote in What Is It Like to Be a Bat? because more than human perceptions and ways of being can never be fully understood by humans. No matter how advanced our technology, no matter how many sensors we put on our bodies, we will never get there. And so the world beyond is full of perspectives beyond our grasp. So again, this raises another question. How can we design in a world where we can never know everything? And then another way to decenter ourselves is by seeking out the spaces between, speculative spaces that lie between human experiences and experiences of other than human beings. So we can explore the spaces between through experimental engagement. And here you can see the example of Thomas Twage, who is the goat man. He used prosthetics to experience aspects of a goat life work. And imagine he did this, I believe, for a week. So that's quite long. And of course, this is of course a very speculative undertaking, but also these type of experiences can reshape our understanding. And if it's not of goats, then it's of ourselves, because Thomas Twage also reflected on this project as lots of what I was doing to get closer to being a goat was actually trying not to engage in the mental time travel that we humans do all the time, having worries, having regrets, having hopes. And then he added, probably the thing that turns people mad is somehow forgetting that they're animals as well. And so this idea of the spaces between can also be explored through material design. So here we can see a project by Animali Domestici, Hardware Stories, and they are exploring the creation of floor components that consider the coexistence between insects, bacteria, and other critters. It questions our usual logic of sterilization and cleanliness, right? Because suddenly we are allowing microlife to thrive in the cavity and cracks of our homes of our homes. And so this is also that speculative character that brings out, in the words of Laura Folano, the imaginative and rigorous ability to defy the constraints in a typical design brief. So in this way, it can inform new answers to questions that might have gone unanswered otherwise. And so for us, this was also quite interesting, because that led us to developing this idea of intermediate zones, which is kind of a designed speculative condition between distinct Umwelten, life worlds, where mutual influence and negotiation between actors becomes possible. So for example, we had a first experiment around this concept, and that is relating to the soil that we heard in the beginning and saw a little bit later. So from that same place in Flanders in Belgium, we collected all these soil samples from the campus, and then through an analog process we analyzed these soil samples and created these things through what you can see here, which are called soil chromatographies. So by taking the soil samples and creating a sort of photographic process and diluting the soil samples in this water, it is subsequently sucked out by capillary reaction, and it blooms on these papers. And so after 2 days of hanging there, we developed like these kind of readings from the specific soil. And it's kind of, you can consider this as almost an analog infographic. Each ring, each color change, each spike says something about the quality of that soil, the amount of nutrients, the amount of minerals, and so forth. And so in this project, we developed a very speculative analyzing tool to read soil chromatography, and using also some AI to develop this little experimental program. And the outcome of the analysis was again interpreted through AI based on information from research papers. So you would have like a lot of numbers and data, etc., taken out from this more analog reading. And then subsequently, we also had this last, what we called feral prompt, to transform that information again in poetic-like utterances from the perspective of the soil. So for instance, in this slide, you can see these utterances. The AI did not read these samples really as diagnosis or data sets, but more as portraits of impermanence, reminding us that we actually share, humans and the soil share the same material afterlife. And of course, also in this project, the tool was indifferent to the sample being fed. So it could be a soil sample, but it could also be an iris. So I'd like to close this chapter with the following question, like how can design apply speculation to question existing paradigms and explore realities between actors and species? And so lastly, I think we need to rethink our power structures, because our design language and decision-making structures shape the way that we entangle, but with our governing structures, plants and animals and other actors lack agency and often also remain absent from the decision-making process. So this raises that crucial question, like, okay, how can we actually include non-human actors in our political processes? This was from a project also from a photographer that we know, who we asked, like, okay, maybe go into the European institutions and take pictures of what constitutes natural life within those buildings. And this was basically the best they had. But of course, change is also slowly beginning to emerge. So in 2017, New Zealand granted the Whanganui River legal personhood, which is, as a river, now recognized as a living entity and with its own rights and interest protected by appointed representatives. And this decision was rooted in Maori beliefs, but also ensures then the river's well-being as being legally upheld. But yeah, meaningful change often comes rarely from policy from the start, but of course the policies mirror the prevailing political climate. So activists, artists, designers play also a vital role in shifting public attitudes, bringing unique perspectives and motivations to engage with and represent non-human actors. And of course, representation can and also arguably should come through conservation and ecological experts. So for instance, here you can see a graph of the ZOOP model, which is developed by Het Nieuw Instituut in the Netherlands, which basically proposes for companies or organizations to include a speaker of the living who is actually looking at all the decisions the company makes from a non-human point of view, and then reflects if that's actually a sensible step. And of course, sometimes it's as simple as shifting our language. So learning to speak of the agency and sentience of other beings. The words that we use shape also how we think and frame our challenges. And also, of course, we can begin by questioning policy documents, but also your own design briefs, and try to see, okay, but what is actually the anthropocentric language in here? And this can be at the start of the project, but it should also be something ongoing. And then maybe you start to ask different type of questions, and maybe your whole project brief will change as well. So here's an example of one of the times that we did this with architectural offices, where they actually looked back on one of their own design briefs and then questioned, actually, okay, but if we look at it from this perspective, we get a whole different design brief. So the last question I like to ask is, okay, how can design contribute to distributing power equitably between actors? So indeed, these lenses lead us to ask new kinds of questions, but they also push us to rethink what we measure and value. And looking across all these lenses through the artistic and design practices, we have, of course, a set of wider key themes that is coming back. And it's, of course, also the same one that were already slightly introduced at the beginning, and also should not be a stranger to you all right now. But these are these three themes that also very much cut across these the practices. And of course, you can have a whole discussion if these are the right terminologies or the right ways to look at it. But at least for us, they remind us that our dualistic worldview has shaped products and processes from the very beginning, but that we actually can counter this, and that we can design with agency from other perspectives in mind. So design is always situated, it's always relational, and always is entangled in multi-species worlds. So what matters most is how the design processes connect to these themes of a more than human reality. And this is also a call on us, right? Because how can we actually acknowledge these multiple perspectives, humans and non-human alike? And how can we remember that every design process is situated in a specific place, a context, and how can we reconsider what we attribute value to? And so this is also not something that you can only do at the beginning of a process or at the end. It is a continuous undertaking of looking at our tools and trying to expand our practice and change our ways of working. We cannot really shape a multi-species future with the design steps of the past. And so to deal with these complexities, we have also been developing all types of exercises. And of course, now we don't have time to go into this, but each of them tries to contribute to a better understanding of the questions that we raised before. And of course, they always do this partially, and it's also always like maybe a tiny step within this larger process. But then this is actually the main point. Okay, this is also an invitation for you as designers to extend the practice yourself. How can I contribute to my own practice in my own context? It's kind of a little bit like Paco giving you homework, right? And with the theme of this symposium in mind is, okay, how can we also look at these tools and develop these tools and techniques to understand intelligence beyond the human towards AI? With that question, I would like to thank you very much. If you would like to explore the topic further or look at the exercises in detail, I have them also with me, so you can take a look. But thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Again, really looking forward to the panel discussion, and you can address your questions with that QR code. We have it now. Please do so, because there are so many questions popping up in my head when it comes to agency and relationships and Latour and Haraway and everything is like, so give it sentences, give it questions, and write it down. And when we talk now about kind of also the philosophy and the ethics in the relation between humans and non-humans, but in particular on AI, our next guest, Nadia Piet, is now introducing us to her work. She is at the Elisava School of Design in Barcelona, and she's at the Faculty of Design for Responsible AI. And I would love to visit them someday, because that sounds great. And she's also founder of AIX Design, a global community which tries to reimagine AI and watch it through a critical lens. So yeah, I'm really happy to introduce Nadia Piet.
Thank you. See if this works. Yeah, amazing. Thank you. I don't actually need to talk in this because I have this, or great, that I can actually stand upright with a good spine. That was a beautiful talk. Thank you. I could have listened to that for many more hours, but I'm actually here to also say some stuff. So I'll do that. I'll move on to that. Thank you for the introduction. So I'd like to talk a bit about mostly the work we're doing with AIX Design, Slow AI, which is one of our main projects, and a little bit about archival images of AI, which if you were in the workshop, apologies for a bit of the repetition. But it was really nice to be here all day and sort of have this whole day to excavate some of these ideas. So this is me. My name is Nadia Piet. I am the co-founder and creative director of AIX Design, which I'll tell a bit more about in a second. I work as a freelance designer and researcher. I'm currently working as a researcher in residence with the Netherlands Film Academy, basically exploring the intersection of AI and film, and specifically what they want to teach students and future makers and how to relate to these emerging technologies in a critical way. I'm also part of the faculty at Elisava. They have a master called Design for Responsible AI that I help shape and teach at, and other stuff. I would say I'm chronically online or raised by the internet as a 93 baby. And as I said earlier, when I'm not on my screen, which I do really love the internet, I'm usually to be found on a yoga mat. So AIX Design is my organization that most of my work sort of fits into. And we are a global community, so we started in 2018. So a few years before AI went sort of mainstream and rogue. And it started basically from this interest of what is this intersection of AI and design, how might AI sort of shape creative practice and design specifically, and also the other way around. Over the years, I think we have evolved a bit as the landscape has, and our own position in that changed along. So now we sort of function, we've evolved into like a non-profit org. We function as like a design and research lab for alternative, critical, and creative approaches to AI. And I think, so we're a community of critical AI thinkers, makers, doers. That includes technology, like creative technologists, software engineers, data scientists, but also artists, like media theorists, all sorts of people. And I think what unifies us is basically this idea that nobody knows where AI is going, but we are not willing to leave it to Elon. So we see a lot of people very overwhelmed by, all of the developments, and kind of landing in a bit of like analysis paralysis, or just like, gosh, this is all too complex. I don't know what is my place in that. And so our invitation is very much to, like participate and sort of claim your agency in that conversation, which I'll show what that could look like. Really, I'll keep this brief about some of our sort of values. So like we are one of many. So we have thoughts about AI, but we think the most important thought is to sort of diversify the voices we hear and the people who we hear speak on it, the visions for the future that we have, as well as like the stories we tell now. We work in the open, so basically everything we do, we sort of publish online, so very much taking from like open source software, but then trying to do the same for like design research. And we really believe in like this idea of building protopias, so not utopia or dystopia. Dystopia, it's easy because, a lot is happening, and especially sci-fi has really taught us, all the ways this could go wrong. The utopias sort of being sold to us by big tech are also a story to believe in, but we think it's really important to think of somewhere in the middle, like what are the tiny things we can do every day to sort of work towards an incrementally better present and future, and what does that look like? And a lot of our work sort of centers around identifying, challenging, reimagining dominant narratives of AI. And so sometimes I come back to this quote that Silicon Valley's most powerful monopoly may be how we perceive technology. So of course, a lot of like the compute and the capital and the talent is centered there, but also very much our like public or shared imagination around what our relationship or our futures with AI could look like is driven by that as well. So companies like OpenAI, Google, and Microsoft, so basically like the top 5 big tech, are quoted 20 times more than the remaining top 20 orgs put together. So very much, a lot of us here, I think, work in like sort of critical design or tech spaces, but especially for a sort of public, a general public that reads, media coverage about AI. These are the voices that they hear and the stories that they're basically being told. And being in this space since 2018, of course, as 2022, 23 was sort of happening, and tools like ChatGPT and DALL-E and so on, like reached basically anyone that had an interest in using them. This is very much how we felt, like there was so much hype and news and just chaos around new tools dropping every day, and everyone was like in this distress to keep up with the newest thing, that we could miss the gorilla. And yes, Elon. Also, I have no beef with Elon specifically, right? I'm just, let's say the across. So no, thank you. Doesn't really, not for me. And so we refer to this as AI imaginary. So Margarita said this before as well, AI not only as a set of technologies or like technological capabilities, but AI as a story, AI as like a brand, as this concept that we shared or not, how we imagine that. So this is very much what a lot of our work centers around, AI imaginaries, and how these imaginaries in turn shape our realities. So we look at a lot of these underlying ideologies, see parallels. The obvious one This bottom left one is a blackout poetry. It's basically a manifesto. I think it's like the Tech Optimist Manifesto by Andreessen Horowitz. And it is basically a manifesto, like a short article around why technology could help solve all the difficult problems we face in the world today, and sort of, rallying us to believe in like that potential. Someone did a blackout poetry, which kind of surfaces this underlying story of like growth, as if I think your message of infinite resources has not quite landed with them. And then on the top right, an article that compares sort of Silicon Valley's vision for AI to religion, and specifically, for example, like the fear-mongering of like, if you don't believe or if you don't come along, you'll be left behind. If we just, invest all of ourselves, commit and worship to this future, then that will save us. We are quite critical of these ideas. This happened, I think, last week or 2 weeks ago, and I thought that was really interesting. So, of course, OpenAI and Sam Altman are really advocating hard for the use of like ChatGPT and their other tools in also the use of creative work. And this article, for example, Sam Altman says that AI would replace 95% of ad agency work, so it's like creative work. Then they released their own commercial, and turns out they spent, so much money on like copywriters, the best creatives, the best art directors from the best agencies across the globe, and then shot the actual commercial on 35mm film, not Sora, which, they tried to tell us is a great idea to do. So I think, for me, this was just such a moment of like, I don't know, rolling my eyes at like the irony of sort of what they say or the stories that they try to sell us or convince us of, and then what they actually do, right? It's the same thing we've seen of like a lot of people in Silicon Valley not letting their kids have like tablets until they're a certain age or not accessing certain tools. So I think there's a great irony there. So this is of course all the same, capitalism and power structures and colonialism that, we've seen for eons, well not eons, decades. So perhaps there's nothing new under the sun, but there's new suns. This is a quote from Octavia Butler that I really like. So a lot of these problems and challenges around AI aren't unique to AI at all, right? They're just the sort of challenges of how our current society is structured. And so in that sense, it's not perhaps something new, but I love this hopeful idea, I guess, that there's new suns, like there's new ways of looking at stuff and new ways of approaching it that might lead us somewhere else. And so in the context of AI, we started questioning, so we've been, I've personally been in this space since like 2018, and then 2022 felt like a huge shift. And also we had related to and used AI tools in a very different way than we saw people doing. And so we started asking what could be a more, what would be a more mindful, sustainable, relational way of interacting with AI, building it, deploying it. And then we kind of gathered inspiration from, hey, other industries have gone through this, like other industries are broken and people sort of find a different way of interacting with that. So you have fast fashion, industry is broken, and as a sort of counter act, people do slow fashion. You have fast food and slow food. And so we started wondering, what could slow AI be, just as like a provocation, right? The industry is broken, we don't necessarily stop wearing clothes, but maybe we shop at H&M a little bit less and we do more clothes swap, or just like, I don't know, buy capsule clothes that we don't need to participate in that industry as much in the ways that like we make our decisions. So we started questioning slow AI, and this has kind of become, I guess, like the umbrella for so much of our work. And so we started this in 2023 and did most of it, the research last year, and then been sort of publishing throughout this year. And we do all of this research together with our community and a lot of like open sessions that you can see here. So it's basically 100 people. So most of our work is with our online community, and it's like 100 people together in a Miro, for example, and in breakout rooms, just like building on each other's ideas, sharing our provocations, sharing the questions we're walking around with, the answers that we figured out for ourselves. And then through that, seeing like what emerges and what can we share and learn from that. And so AI is about this, unpacking these corporate first AI ideologies and seeding alternatives, like what could be a different way of thinking about this stuff. And because we had to, package it and make it practical, we came up with 3 streams, which I'll talk a little bit more about: esoteric, small, and ancestral, as basically lenses to gaze through. So in esoteric AI, we look at a few things. One is questioning sort of the, I think you said this, like the limits of knowing through technology or technological thinking. So it's like in our pursuit of capturing, documenting, classifying, and counting, and so on, what like knowledges get left at the periphery of that, and how can we make sure to center those. And also looking at, these narratives of magic in AI. So on the one hand, we looked at the past and how specifically predictive practices have always, not always, but for a long time, been like part of our culture. And so we looked at early practices, for example, like astrology basically being like the OG data science, where, in those early days, now those feel like completely different worlds. But in the early days of that, business, economics was really, for example, looking at like the position of the stars to inform like business moves. So it's like those worlds were much less separate than they are now. So we looked at what can we maybe learn from those past practices and how they would organize around like collective sense-making of data, how they would do more of like an interpretive dance around what this data meant, rather than sort of like jumping to an endpoint and drawing a conclusion, which I think we all know LLM, for example, is very eager to do, present us with an answer that bypasses a lot of the uncertainty that exists in the real world. So we looked at that, as well as, how a lot of big tech is using sort of magic as a way to obscure or, dodge accountability. So even some of the biggest companies releasing these tools are like, oh, we don't know how it works, it's magic. Feels like a bit of a cop-out to, plead ignorance when you are the person responsible. And a lot of people, because it feels like magic, perhaps the first time you're interacting with something like that can actually speak back at you and so on, latch onto that narrative. But I think it's keeping us from asking further questions or like interrogating how these systems are made and what we can learn about how they're made and how we might remake them. So this was esoteric AI. Small AI is kind of addressing this notion of universalism or like of objective universal knowledge. Also the pursuit of like artificial general intelligence, when in our perspective, intelligence is always situated. And so what might small AI be? Small AI in a sense of it being situated and like tailored to specific needs, specific communities, that are able to govern it themselves. So also questions of autonomy, and also looking at the ecological impact of current infrastructures and like the material costs of say data centers and so on. And so we've been experimenting, for example, with like running tiny LLMs on crappy old hardware, and it actually works. So what could be a small AI, something that we sort of DIY AI is another way that we think about that, and what could that look like? Because of course, it has lots of good things as well that it can help us with. So perhaps if we have it more in our own governance and in our own like subjective realities, then we can see more of that. And then the final one is ancestral AI, which was looking, basically zooming out a lot in a temporal way. So what are data practices of the past? What ways have people always collected and annotated data? And are there things that we can learn from that? As well as looking forward into current machine learning models, kind of as like memory machines, so like whose memories are preserved. What are ways that people are currently using, specifically generative tools, to perhaps imagine different pasts or different futures, and what are, sort of what is the role of like machine learning in mediating our collective and individual memory. And then we did a lot of this, so if you were here for the workshop recap, you probably saw that as well. So we do a lot of this work, not necessarily in an academic sense, but very much in a design research approach, where we invite people into the conversation, also people who are perhaps not traditionally like part of this, people who don't work in computer science or critical theory or design research, and invite them to think about these questions and share their thoughts on it, as well as what preferable futures for them would be. So we do a lot of like collage and zine to sort of unpack these ideas together. So that's Slow AI. There's research reports and zines, whatever, if you want to dig into it more. That's on our website. Then the other project, which I spoke a bit about before as well, because it's about the workshop, is Better Images of AI. And I showed this. So this is something, so an organization called Better Images of AI has done all this incredible academic work exploring the sort of implications of using this sort of visuals in media, and how, you know, these visuals shaped people's perception of the technologies, and how it was both misleading and, incredibly prevalent. Like, these were the images up to, I think, a year ago or so that we would see almost everywhere. And so they were wondering, can we create better images of AI so that people in media aren't sort of stuck to using these, or to commissioning an artist. And so they created this stock image library with Better Images of AI, which I would recommend everyone to use. The challenge there was that they were researchers and academics rather than image makers or artists. So we worked together with them over the past 2 years or so, and with our community, to create other images of AI. So some of these are commenting on the material infrastructure that goes into developing these technologies, basically like data labeling of object segmentation, or what these kind of things look like, and how these processes create these tools that we are familiar with, but also around sort of the feelings, like the AI anxieties, the overwhelm that we have, the AI fatigue, AI slob. So more of the cultural aspect of these technologies and how it's impacting us. So we've created, God knows how many images, and continuing to create these in workshops and with all sorts of creatives. And they're used now across a lot of different outlets, which we're happy to see that people are using those instead of blue brains. And again, this is kind of a process of what that looks like, of people, feeding into these ideas, sharing what they want to see, hope to see, and making that. We then created a playbook. So we created a bunch of those images, and that was great and fun. And we had we made a big contribution to the library, but still it was very limited. And of course, there's only so many stories that we can tell. So we created this playbook to basically make this process super accessible and easy to anyone So for example, this is used by, I don't know, academics that are releasing a paper and it needs an image, but like the paper is so specific that they can't find anything, or the stuff that they find isn't suitable. Or for example, by event organizers that, you know, they're hosting an event around AI, and they're looking for an image for that. And so they can either use the stock library or they can make their own through this sort of process that we've researched and figured out. Those are pages. Oh, I'm stuck. And these are more examples of like, yeah, images that people made that we had nothing to do with, but following sort of the process. And then one final project I'd like to speak about is called Feminist UX of AI. This is a project that I did last year that was on my brain for a long time. So when we speak about like how machine learning systems are impacting our daily lives, we talk about all these different parts of the process and of the chain. And I felt like an often overlooked element of that was UI design. UI UX is my background, so that's why. And how actually, yeah, the UI that we build for these things shapes our behavior, right? I know that probably a lot of you are familiar with this idea of like deceptive patterns, or how, you know, certain things being made very obvious or obscured in the interface shapes our behavior in those systems. And so I looked at this specifically in the context of AI and the interfaces that we use to interface with that, and reimagine them through like feminist human-computer interaction principles. So it's like, what if we had more agency and we could like customize how these algorithms worked or didn't work for us? So, for example, setting different objectives, setting how much of it we want, or the context in which we want a certain behavior or not. What if it was more transparent? So we were actually able to interrogate and like make visible our own data and behavior and kind of learn from that. So like using it as a mirror rather than so much of this data just being, yeah, it's like we hand it over to these companies, but we have no real way of accessing it anymore. What if there were all these ways of building sort of better AI literacy by exposing some of these internal workings of the system, so that over time we could make more informed decisions? So these are all like speculative interfaces. None of these are real, although I have seen some implemented since, so that's great. But it's, yeah, just looking specifically at, rather than just looking at current deceptive patterns and critiquing that, also reimagining what we would like to see and how actually designing these interfaces differently could shape our behavior for the better. And then this year, for the first time ever, so we are an online community, we got to organize a 3-day IRL event. So it was called Slow AI Festival. And for the first time, we collected all these people that we've worked with, mostly online, into a real space. So it was 3 days. We called it like a critical AI playground. And we had all these workshops and sessions, talks, and so on. A lot like today, but a lot more chaos. To sort of, again, like question and exchange these ideas together. And also learn about, yeah, the tools. So I think that's what kind of ties all of our work together. So we're doing a bunch of different projects, like different interventions, but the community that we work with is always like sort of the glue or the rope, like holding it all together and informing all of our work. A lot of these people also work at companies, a lot of them are independent, but we meet to exchange these ideas, and I think that's so important, just like today, to hold these spaces for figuring these things out together, because nobody has the answers, but together we will get an inch closer to them. I'd like to end with this quote, which I remind myself of very often. by Ruha Benjamin, which says, remember to imagine and craft the worlds you cannot live without, just as you dismantle the ones you cannot live within. So specifically in the critical AI space, there's a lot of critique. I mean, that is important and I think very valid. But I think as, having more of a design-informed perspective, it's also important we move sort of beyond the critique and, give way to what we do want and the worlds we do want to live within. So thank you for listening and stay in touch somewhere if you like. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry. We will now go on to the panel discussion, but we'll take a quick, really short and really quick break for the toilet. And then we come all back and watch the panel discussion. Thank you. Yeah. Well.
Ich weiß nicht, wie ein Publikum. Wenn du fürs Publikum anwendest oder nicht.
So. Also nimm einfach das Mikrofon, oder? Das möchte ich kurz.
Wünschen wir das kurz?
Genau, das will ich eigentlich kurz. Und dann nicht mehr, dann stecke ich es ab. Genau, weil das ist jetzt nur kurz. Ja, oder hallo? Yeah, we will start the panel discussion now. Everybody is interested in the key results of our symposium, and the main insights, the highlights, should join us now. I think I was clear, but yeah. Yeah, we gathered a lot of questions from the audience, and I will try to cluster the questions, but you can have a look at it first. Yeah, there are a couple of questions concerning creative work and AI on the one hand, which is kind of relevant for our field of design. And yeah, there are other questions like how, just a moment, intelligence, also that's the topic, genau, can plants be creative was one question. Can spirituality reattune humans with non-human worlds? Yeah, you can see that legally speaking, animals are considered things. So when do we decide if such a thing, like AI, for example, is entitled to feelings or rights? So we've got the rights of nature movement, where rivers, for example, become a legal person. I think you also showed it, Gilliam. Yeah. How probable do you think is that AI will help humans more to more equality, enough water, food, etc., or at least finally reduce our weekly hours? Well, I think that's two different questions. Yeah. So you see, there's kind of spectrum of different questions. We will tackle now. I'll take a seat here. Yeah, let's start with the question, how can we differentiate intelligence from creativity? What are the similarities between the two terms, and how does it affect work in the field of design, for example? Nadia, you mentioned one data set or something that 90% of creative jobs will, I don't know, vanish or something. So this would be the first area that the students are interested in, or the audience is interested in. Steffen, what you also mentioned this topic in your talk.
So what's the difference between intelligence and creativity, right, or the commonalities? Mm-hmm. I think this is two different kind of levels, right? Intelligence is more of a more general concept that includes several other forms of abilities, and creativity is one part of it. So you can be very creative with a high or a low intelligence, and you can be very highly intelligent and not be very creative. So I'm not sure that there's a lot of connection in between, because I think it's distinctive concepts because they address different types of problems. But if you think about that creativity is of finding new solutions, then I assume that there is a certain intelligence necessary to have these processes to come up with the new solutions, to process all the information and to make new ones.
Because actually for me it would be to find connections between areas that are at the first glance not related. This would be this type of intelligence that I think is decisive for future societies. And so I always wonder, what is the distinction between those concepts? Because I think you also mentioned it, that AI is not really intelligent because it's not, at the moment, still not able to have this contextual awareness or situational awareness.
But the AI can be creative,
yeah.
Right? So even if we say it might not be intelligent in a certain sense, but there is a creative part of it. It can solve problems where we don't know the solution. It can create new things. So it has some type of creativity.
Shall I add? I think, for me, creativity, I think, is a type of intelligence where you have a unique filter, or something like that. And I think when we speak about creativity, not as like a concept, but more like as a practice, I think there's a big difference between creative work that is kind of commodified, right, or like content, which it can absolutely generate and it can churn out a million ideas and so on, and more creative practice in terms of like art. For me, that's like a different ballgame, I think, and also how we then relate AI like in those contexts. And I saw this like meme the other day that I really love, and it says something like, artists are like highly sensitive people reporting back to the group about their experience. And I really like that. And I think for the time being, and perhaps always, AI can, yes, like distill and churn and combine information and ideas in a linguistic sense or even in a like visual sense. But what makes creative work often interesting is also the person that has like has a lived experience and therefore makes certain choices, has a certain like aesthetic, thing that gets them going, and kind of all those filters that make then a certain outcome, and like the process that goes into that, the thinking that goes into that, for me is like what makes art in the end like interesting. And I don't see that as a sort of AI task anytime soon. But I think, there's a big distinction between creativity A and creativity B. I'm sure someone else has maybe better terms for all of that, but yeah.
I think it's a very important question, and I think it concerns tunneling AI, so taking AI into tunnels. So thinking about smaller infrastructures and how you train it, and thinking also what, like in terms of pushing the limits, where, until when you can train it, when it's still a community and where does the community stop. So think about who is responsible for that training in terms of smaller providers and tunnel infrastructure. So that you think about, feedback loops and like whom does do the reach. And on the other hand, I think it's interesting because we so much think about in terms of algorithms that there are numbers behind. So it's calculation numbers quantifying, but it's also words behind. For example, an AI, there's new research going on where queen means king minus man plus woman. So AI is increasingly produced through language concepts, and we could also intervene into these concepts and make this question these. And so in that way, we can also challenge ChatGPT, large language models, and how they are put upon there. So actually, every word in the world has 50 embeddings, and it's interesting to look at these embeddings and how words are algorithms in terms of grammar, of social grammar, not just numbers. So I think this could be related to a creative way of seeing AI and algorithms.
So there are tactics we can apply.
Right, I think so.
Yeah, still on the same question, right? Move on. Yeah, no, that's interesting, actually. I think, tying together a few things what you said, like about connecting the dots and about what makes special your creative act as opposed to LLMs, right? I think any problem whatsoever that you are able to translate into a syntactic problem, a formal model, we are doomed to be overtaken by LLMs in the future, simply because of speed, processing power. So creativity has to do with the type of dots that we can only connect through our own meaning-making experiences. So whichever aspect of our interactions defies a syntactic translation or a translation into a formal model, right? So that's, to me, the room left for us that cannot possibly be translated, that cannot be put into syntax.
So that leads me to the next question. I mean, Johanna has already addressed the power structures behind AI. Which challenges should we address by applying AI, and what can it do for us? And what are the fields that we should rather keep control of? I mean, Nadia, you also showed the main techno players, techno feudalists. I mean, Johanna, we had a talk about climate intelligence, for example, where data is used in a specific way. So what do you think are the future fields of application which can really help?
So it is important to address where it's being used and by whom, so also addressing the question of bias. But thinking about AI and its further context, for example, in terms of causal AI, is quite a new research in AI development, and it thinks about understanding, or it's developed by trying to understand the causes of certain relationships. And I've worked around this in climate context, so in order to better try to understand climate change and for example, spontaneous weather changes, and especially in certain areas where spontaneous weather changes happen, and here causal AI is being implemented or being produced in order to understand the cause. And this cause also includes social conflict. So because there's a high variability in order to understand climate change, and often models don't help us, so we have to find other ways of trying to understand that. And this algorithm tries to take into account the high variability, including social aspects. For example, migration streams, people move somewhere and create new pollutions, new aspects of pollution, which weather models cannot actually observe, but new algorithms try to do that. And again, we have the question of latency. So how does certain variables in the algorithm draw the connection to that? And I think this is again a creative aspect. So how this link is being drawn, it's kind of a vacuum, but it's a speculative space, but still trying to be calculated. Or maybe it's the incalculable aspect of calculating things. But I think that's important to also include social aspects regarding to climate change, and causal AI is trying to find a solution.
Steffen, what do you think? Do we all have to become engineers to understand how AI works? Or is it more like what we talked about before, opening the black box also in terms of reflecting on what's going on, or trying to participate in the shaping of these technologies?
No, so let's stay with the car metaphor I used in the presentation. I'm not sure how many people in the room know how the car actually works, but we all use a car, right? And this is something we also can do with AI. I think you have to know certain risks, so you know that if you don't follow the rules, or if you drive off the road, there are certain risks, and you have with the car, and you can do the same for AI. So there are certain situations where you have to be aware of the output, of how you handle it, or something like that. So I think we don't all have to be expert in AI systems to use them and to produce good solutions. And regarding the fields where we should use AI, I agree with you. So climate and energy, so complex problems which we could not solve so far, that would be ideal, right?
Yeah, maybe to reply on that, because I do think indeed we don't need to become all engineers, or we have to know every intricate detail. But what I have experienced as well is a lot that if we only are using the mid-journeys, the boxes that are completely like rigid and that you can only do certain aspects with, I think that is really a loss of the creative profession in a way. So I do think that some sort of technical ability to move beyond that specific, throw something in and get something out what is already predetermined almost, I think that is quite important. There's a certain level of literacy.
that leads me to the next field, the field of education. We talked about it before. How do we deal with all the developments in the field of education?
Yeah,
Paco, you
no,
mentioned.
definitely. That's something we were, Margarita and I, discussing over the break, because it's something, especially, I mean, students in the room, that's something like gives me a lot of headaches. When I'm teaching, I try my students, for example, to understand what's happening, the nuts and bolts of ChatGPT, other than write the essay for me, right? And we have an issue here because we want to do slow science, slow AI, slow everything, right? We need to slow down, in fact. And there is a conflict here because it's so tempting for some student or for any of us. It's so tempting to say, hey, click, done. There is some middle ground in between becoming an expert and simply thinking this is magic. And it's that you need to be proficient enough, at least at least to be able to understand, for example, that you need to be cautious about the output, because you never know when it's hallucinating a result. If is it making it up? Does it make sense? You need to truly understand what is it that the system is outputting, right? And only in that way you are able to use it in a productive way. Now, something we tell our students, at least I emphasize it a lot in my classes with undergrads, like say, I try hard to teach them to learn how to use it to write their essays, right? And I tell them, look, using it correctly means that it's more time consuming. So if you think that ChatGPT allows you to finish earlier your essay, you are not using it correctly. If you use it correctly, it means you are at the wheel. You are not simply saying, yes, please, because it's so tempting to say yes, please to everything it offers, and then you are just being ridden by it. So you need to be driving it, right? And that means that it's got to be slow. You cannot do fast prompt engineering, otherwise it just becomes that you're just on a free ride, right? So education, I think, should be number one on the agenda, because in the future, it's going to get better and better and better. Some people say worse and worse. I think better and better. I see the bottle half full. I'm very optimistic about what's coming next, if we learn how to use it, right? And not being enslaved by it.
I mean, the question for me is it there is a temptation of anthropomorphism, as you mentioned before. I mean, we treat ChatGPT, etc., as co-authors sometimes. Johanna, you mentioned before, maybe it's all merging. It's becoming an ecosystem where we kind of really merge with our agents, our digital agents. How do we deal with this? I mean, is it a problem, this unreflected way of using these technologies? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's there are a couple of perspectives on that, and we're increasingly being determined or guided by AI, and even our emotions and affects are being sort of also captured and also framed. So there are increasingly apps for aspects of intimacy, so guiding our intimacies in these realms, and in this way, I think. Yeah, it's always important to reflect and think about like how do we draw the boundaries between technology and ourselves and human. And for example, like much is taken from nature. There's, for example, an animal that's called brittle star, which exists of millions of lenses. So it actually it photographs the world, and that's how it comes into being. So it is a technology. It like actually works according to how AI is built and conceptualized. And so so at the same, like we see how we anthropomorphize technology, and I think at the same time now I forgot what I wanted to say, but I think like there was so much I actually wanted to say, and I got tired. So,
but I think
what was your question again?
Yeah, I mean, it's a temptation to anthropomorphize it.
Yeah, right.
But I think it's also a trap in a way, because I think it should still remain a tool and not not a substitute. Yeah, I mean, that's my personal position, but on the other hand, we can also say, yeah, it's all like chains of associations between, or entanglements between humans and non-humans, which are, yeah, distributed, have a distributed agency.
Yeah. I think it's very important for the aspect of agency, because it allows us to differentially conceptualize bodies and ourselves, how we relate to each other, because the aspect of technology can bring us away from a kind of reified conception of the body ending in the skin, which is also a colonial product of how we are put into the world, which gender we have, the question of non-binary aspects. We can challenge this through AI and bring ourselves differently out there, and also in relation to each other. And it's important to invest into these networks, reproduce algorithmic training in order to become differently in the world, into the online internet, and also listen to other voices, train at different contexts in the world, so we have other reproductions or representations of bodies in the net. Mm-hmm. I think that's the potential of AI for presentation, and also that's where you can use it as a tool for agency and creativity. That's also I wanted to say, but I think I forgot that.
Yes.
And I interrupted for a moment.
I found the thread again. Yeah, Gilliam, let's shift the focus towards the modern human perspective. What do you think? I mean, you mentioned that the design briefs would have to be rewritten. That was an interesting thought, I think, because, yeah, a lot of design briefs would maybe look completely different. And also this also refers to AI and how we frame it, or the narratives in a way.
Yeah, I think for us this was really a nice realization, because of course we were also trying to do this workshop of rewriting design briefs, of project briefs with actually architectural agencies. And then when looking at the design briefs, if you really think about it, if you want to try to look at agency, at worldview, at multiple perspectives, at relationality, then the words that they are actually using are kind of okay. You can say, okay, actually this could mean more than human, or this could have a specific impact. So then we were like, okay, but we don't read it like this. Somebody writes it, of course, from a human-centered perspective. It is read as a human-centered perspective. And so at that point, we also tasked the people participating, like, okay, but write it explicitly in your design brief. And suddenly it goes from looking at a development of a railway or a road to a whole rather large ecosystem. So I think that is quite important to look at the language as well, but I think that's also something we share also, I think, in AI conversations as well.
So is there any other question from the audience? I have to look at Menti if we have... Christoph.
This is really exciting. I think we should all be very wide awake. So I was wondering, actually, speaking of language and the agency of language, we often have, or at least that was my recent impression when we talk about, let's say, critical technology studies, it's still very often used that we talk about non-human. And then, of course, it's often this discussion about what is with this prefix. If we talk about non-human, does it include or not include? And then, of course, like our language is also a designed artifact, and design is always political. It includes and excludes at the same time. But I would be really interested, I want to hear from all of you, what do you think right now is the most inclusive term talking about? Is it more than human? Is it non-humans? Is it other than that? But then suddenly we are also in the us and other discussion. But I'm really intrigued by this thought, because I personally use the term more than human, because it acknowledges the human aspect, but also that there are other manifolded realities and encounters. But we have experts from philosophy, technology, and all over. It's fascinating. So I would be really interested in what you feel and resonates the most situated right now with you.
I feel like that's all. I think he wanted to hear from all of us, but but for me, indeed, I think I follow your train of thought, and as you also can see that I've been using other than human mostly in my presentation, and it's indeed because it's also to see that there is many other things than other beings, other actors and actors as humans. But I do think that sometimes the distinction can be made. So if you say, okay, it's right about me and then the non-human, you can sometimes do that, but of course it really depends on the context, because then again you create that bifurcation basically between us and the other in that sense.
I can't say I've ever thought about this question before, and I don't think I have a real answer to it. But I have other words that I like, and that I like thinking in. So specifically, I think like ecologies and entanglement. So rather than thinking of all of these as separate things as well, like, oh, we have these creatures over here, and then we have humans, and then we have this layer of the earth. It's like it's all just one big like soup of earthly relations. And I think that for me, you know, rather than like seeing them as sort of distinct entities, I find that thinking really helpful. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I think I use more than human when I speak about the non-human. Of course, there are different perspectives, and I think I also contextualize. I speak about it according to its specific context, but I use more than human in most of the cases because I actually speak about that entanglement that we continuously have with the human, with the non-human, like with organisms that are actually part of our bodies, that we are like, it's so often so invisible how strongly we relate to that, and actually how we cooperate, like how they feed us and we feed them back. So I like to speak about that symbiosis. So they being part of us, and they only exist because we do. We exist because they exist. And so I like to refer to that relational entanglement, and that's why I prefer more than human. Yeah, because we're not separate from them, and they're not separate from us. It's cooperative entanglement. Yeah, collaborative.
Yeah, I don't like any of those terms, and anything that has human in it, I just don't like it. No, because anything you say is biased. So even when you put it in those terms, symbiotic relationships, we end up thinking that it's an aggregate of agents. And it's not. We are holobionts. Holobiont, right? So it's not like that when you were speaking of the gut-brain axis. It's not that, hey, I have bacteria in my gut, I have all these people, and then they influence me. And no, it's not. They are part of a holobiont, right? So I just speak of organisms. End of the story. Organisms, right? So the problem with having some combination of you and I is that you always end up putting the focus on one of the actors, unless we understand there is a single global actor, right? So, are you familiar with the mycorrhizal networks? Trees with the roots in symbiotic relationships with the mycelium of fungi, right? Any time you've heard this story is about the trees helping themselves through the mycorrhizal network to feed the young trees, right? Well, this already positions you in a theoretical perspective, which is, why don't you think about it, why don't you twist upside down and say, no, why is the trees helping themselves through the mycorrhizal network? Why don't you say these fungi are using tree roots to talk to each other? So you can have a phytocentric attitude, you can be plant-centric, or you can be fungal-centric. So just depends on where you decide to put the emphasis. Or when you were speaking of pollinators in coevolution, say, wow, now we have this pattern of coevolution, not as humans, but other than humans appreciating UV light patterns. And then we still put the emphasis on the pollinator path making. Well, we could be putting the emphasis on the plant using UV light or stripes to enhance, to attract pollinators. So any choice you make is going to be biased. So I could just speak of life, organisms. People there doing things, but...
So, same for me, never thought about this question before. And my first reaction was like, I would call it agents, because of a similar reason to not include humans at all in the term, because there is a certain bias. So, but after you speak, I would probably also favor organisms a little bit more, or the soup of life. I mean, that's probably the best one.
Soup of life.
In fact, you know what people tell me sometimes when they say, hey, Paco, you know, okay, organisms in general, right? And they say, you are so carbon-centric. Carbon-centric. Why carbon-based?
Agent could be anything, right?
Yeah.
It
doesn't need to be carbon-based.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also interested in the role of intentionality or intention. Do plants have intention? I mean, does it make you intelligent if you have got an intention?
Well, I would go way beyond plants. Mm-hmm. I mean, can life be non-intentional? Mm-hmm. I mean, I think that to be alive is to have a mind. There is no life which is mindless. And this applies to unicellulars, right? In fact, you know what? It even applies to viruses. Because we usually draw the dividing line in between life and non-life from viruses to bacteria. As if viruses were not alive because, you know, they need to kidnap somebody else's machinery to reproduce themselves, right? Well, we heard this morning about extended. Why cannot we speak of extended life? The virus is helping itself to somebody else's machinery. So to me, life itself, including viruses, have got to be intentional. A different issue is that it's hard pill to swallow not to put intentionality in human terms and say, hey, you know, we provide the gold standard, I know what intentionality is, you know, I can feel it in myself, you know, I'm an intentional being, and thereby I try to apply the same recipe to any form of life, and I think of their intentionality as the degraded, as a simplified version of my intentionality. But if we forget about ourselves providing any gold standard, bacteria intentionally swim up a sugar gradient, right? So it has to do with being alive in the business of having to deal with what's important to you, right?
I think probably that's where the term the agental comes in, so from agency to the agental. So agency not beginning at the body, at myself, but beginning from a coexistence, from a juncture, from a trace, from traces meeting each other. And here the agental, as I'm coming from reading Barat, defining the agency of the agental actually as the space-time mattering, like out of each specific moment. So like by the fact that molecules on a molecular level touch each other, produce agency, and that's how molecules like of organisms or any substances or species, how the agental is being created by space-time mattering, like by bringing forth agency as traces into the outer world. So they are reading Karen Barat, a physicist and philosopher, speaking about the agental instead of agency. So studying somewhere as a joint force of traces.
Okay, so everything is connected in the soup of life, and I would suggest to switch the discussion and move outside now. Maybe we have another drink, and the concluding question which I would like to ask you is, why is AI doing my creative work and not my laundry? My laundry. That was one question. I can't answer it. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thanks for the remaining audience. So thanks for joining us. And I would like to thank my whole team at this point. Diana Matte and Nina Steinschan-Wolf over there, Marilena Thomler, David Altweger und das ganze Intermedia-Team. Da hinten steht Andriana. Genau. Wenn ich jemanden vergessen habe, möchte ich mich trotzdem bedanken, natürlich auch für die tolle Technik heute. Thanks a lot. Also,
and you.
University of Applied Sciences, Vorarlberg, and thanks to the speakers our guests here.
Thank you for having us and for organizing all this.